Hello. How's everyone doing on this Sunday evening? You guys are the best. How's everyone doing today? Hello, hello. Hey, always. Hey, Lily, Abby, Slothy. Good luck on that resume, Slothy. I believe you. I believe in you. You got this. All the best. Feel the fear. Do it anyways. Exactly. Don't let the fear overwhelm you. We'll be here for a while anyway, so I'm sure you'll be back. Is it said you're gonna finish one draft? Good luck, Slothy. Love you. God. Seeing all the art posted now in the Discord again really wants me to start. If I just pick up a pencil and draw dog shit art. Oh, wait, I forgot something. I gotta be right back real quick. I have to practice to make lines. I mean, I haven't even attempted to try and draw anything in years. Let me see though. There was a character, very simple art on them in a music video I saw that I was thinking about attempting to draw if I could, or like practice a little bit, because I don't think they're that complicated to draw, at least, but we'll see. Let me here, does it show? Aha, there we go. Like, I feel like this character could be fairly simple to draw, but I'm not sure. Oh, of course, you got ads. All the ads. Look at this, guys. I don't know what this. we shall see if it happens or not. I am not sure if it will. So guys, are you excited for the book? Because I totally am. This book has been amazing the first time around. Oh, and we're going back to the old time, like 1700s France now, immediately. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, wait. Oh shit, I forgot to post this clip. Ah, Lily, you missed something yesterday on my stream. I did something stupid. I did some Genshin shenanigans yesterday because I was bored. I was like, okay. I have I had I just went around and being like improve my quality of life. Yeah, absolutely, Abby. No existing problems I have. I hope it goes everything goes for the best. So yeah, no, yesterday Lily, I was messing around a little bit because I was like, yeah, even like my low level characters, I could maybe make some funny builds and see what kind of numbers I can hit. And I think I did like charge attack vape Mona because I have C6 Mona. Oh fuck, no. And I think I hit like 60k or something only with like level 1 normal attacks. But what else did I try? I did I tried to do like a Dia team, like Dia burst team vaporize, but that kind of just sucked. Only did like 12k on full emblem, which is kind of ridiculous. What else did I do? I did like a Ningguang DPS, I think. And then I went full on stupid mode and decided, hey, wouldn't it be a funny idea to try to do Aloy Melt Nuke level 40? Like with a level 40 Aloy? Because why not? Let's see. Okay. So Aloy is crazy. How much damage do you think a level 40 Aloy with level 1 talents did against Scaramouche? Take a guess. I don't even know. Well, let's see. Fuck, we don't have food. The food buff ran out. Ah, fuck it. We don't need it. We don't need it.
This'll pack a punch. I'm going in.
We don't need it.
This is a new one.
106k. Let's go, guys. Oh my god, that's... I actually just noticed that I missed Kazuha's swirl on Cryo. I could have done more, I think. Let me see again. I need to check this again. We don't need it. We don't need it. Because, yeah, let's see. I did Aloy. Shit, yeah. I actually missed Kazuha's Cryo Swirl. I missed Kazuha's Cryo Swirl. I just noticed that. Wow. I could have done more damage. I could have done more. I might have to redo this. And also have buff food with me. But yeah. C60 100k per punch. Used Kazuha, Bennett, Mona. Yeah, I can see that for sure. Always. How's that calculate at 80% rest rate? Is it linear or is it? I'm not sure if there's a drop off. But it's crazy that, like, I just realized I missed the Kazuha swirl. Because usually, I guess the setup should have been Aloy's skill to apply cryo, Shilonen's skill for the rest shred and damage buff from her artifact set and her weapon, into Kazuha cryo swirl, and then Bennett burst, Kazuha burst, so I can apply pyro for the melt on Aloy's burst. And I missed the cryo swirl from Kazuha. And I still hit 100k on a level 40 Aloy. It was so fucking funny. You're gonna bring back collabs in Genshin? God, I hope they bring back collabs again. They need to do another one. Someone that's better. Now I need Aloy. Hoyo, what the fuck? I feel like you could also build like a decent reverse melt normal attack Aloy. Because you can cryo infuse her. Oh, sorry. Like, you can infuse cryo on her, but I feel like it's not gonna be as good. This needs to go on Bird app. Ningguang has a signature weapon, but you can't get it anymore. I don't know what pressure. Nah, it's fine, Lily. Wait, what would be her weapon, Oasis? I wouldn't know right now. Oh, Memories of Dust? Yeah. Who was that for? I forgot that weapon even existed. It was crazy she got a weapon. Memory of Dust. Who was that? The Catalyst. Okay. 5-star. It was originally forged by Guizhong and Liu, though unknown through unknown methods. It was given as a gift to Morax by Guizhong and presumably remains in his possession to the current day. It was on a few banners before. Yeah, for artifacts, it's like, yeah, her artifacts are debatable. Like 3 years ago. No, 2022. Who was on the banner with her? Alongside Ito's banner. Oh, that was when they still were only doing one banner at a time, not two banners, I guess. Damn. It's crazy they haven't brought it back then. Yeah. Yeah, last time it was on a banner was in 2.7. Damn. They need to bring that shit back. But I feel like even then, I don't think it's... I don't even know what it does. Okay. It's attack percent. Increases shield strength by 20%. Scoring hits on opponents increases attack. Max 5 stacks. Can only occur once every 0.3 seconds. While protected by a shield, this attack increase effect is 100%. Hazo rerun when? Oh yeah, we did Hazo yesterday as well, Lily. I hit like 20k with Hazo's burst. Oh no, 20k with Hazel's skill. And like 26k with this burst or something on level 40. Yeah, I wouldn't even say it's one of Ningguang's better weapons, though. It's a decent weapon for her, yeah, but I don't think it's her best weapon. I feel like there's way better options. Let's see. Like, I would say that I don't know. Yeah. Hazo is an interesting character, Lily. He's pretty fun. I don't like him as his like personality and everything and story, but he has a fun play style at least. Seems like best in slot. I feel like Solar Pearl might actually be better on her. From the battle pass. And it's still available, so. You don't really care for the shield strength on Memories of Dust. Sure, it gives you a bit more attack. But I feel like Solar Pearl can give you more stats overall. But again, that I mean, comparing a 5-star to a battle pass weapon, like, yeah. To be fair as well, a lot of Ningguang's damage does come from her burst as well, and Solar Pearl doesn't buff burst. No, it does buff burst damage. Never mind. Yeah, no, Solar Pearl is pretty good for her. I could see Dodoko Tails be okay on her. Base damage is all, but it's not always about just the base damage. The extra crit rate you gain from Solar Pearl can substitute for being able to build higher crit damage and have more attack substats. To be fair, yeah, base damage can do some things. For example, with your Skyward. Yeah, I mean, Skyward is a pretty decent option as well. Maybe even Lost Prayers. I don't have either, but there's also There's the thing with like base damage as well, like a base attack. When you have a very high base attack weapon, the substat, like the secondary stat, is lower to balance it out. But it's crazy how much base damage can actually do. Because even though if you take something like Oathsworn Eye, the event weapon from the Enkanomiya event from like a few years ago, it has attack percent substat and like mid-range base attack, like 540 or something, or 560. And I won't have as much attack on Shenyun as with my with her signature weapon, which is 714 base attack, but only 16% attack percent instead of like the 40 or 50% attack percent that is on Oathsworn Eye. But since the base attack is so much higher, I just gain more attack. But I feel like the crit rate can substitute for the amount of attack you would lose, because you can substitute that for crit damage. Crit damage on a feather from Olani. Let's go. Dark still at work. Okay, I appreciate the lurk. Have a good time at work. We're gonna start out with the book here very soon. I'm just having like a little Genshin discussion. Maybe later today we'll be doing a bit more Genshin shenanigans. Like after reading, we could do another like few stupid Genshin builds or something, where we're just gonna build like a random character with some artifacts we have and see what damage we can do with them. Maybe I redo the Aloy nuke. Maybe I'll try and hit harder because I forgot that fucking Kazuha swirl. That kind of pisses me off right now that I just noticed that I missed the Kazuha swirl. I really need to do that again. And then I mean, Lily, just name me any character, and when if you're no longer there, I'll just build I'll just build them and see what I can do. What kind of like stupid build I can come up with. Any character that I have. Okay. And then we gotta there. 40% crit damage, but this might work. It's better than nothing. It's definitely better than nothing. When I'm naming, just name me any character in Genshin. If I have them, I'm gonna, no matter what level they are, I'm gonna try and make a stupid build out of it and see what numbers I can hit. I already done Hazo as well. I did like a 20k Hazo skill on level 20. Xinyan. Ooh. Can I name one? Oh, you can name one as well, Reyes. Oh, okay, for Xinyan, I don't have a physical damage goblet. That's gonna be a bit tough. I'll see what I can do. But I don't think I can hit high with Xinyan. I don't have good physical pieces. Can I say it? Yeah, sure. I'll do them later. Once we're going on Genshin. Because we're definitely going to be going on Genshin later. Yeah. You sure? Yeah. Absolutely. If I have them, I'll do it. I don't care. Xinyan is going to be a bit tough because I don't think I have a good physical goblet. I'll just have to like slot in whatever I have. I'll try my best with Shinyan. Lily, don't worry. I'll try my best. I have a C6 Shinyan. I can do something with it. Are we gonna use like Rosaria? Bring like Yai or something for Electro so I can trigger Superconduct. I also have C6 Rosaria. I'm trying to think right now. What if I could do... I don't know if that physical hit at the beginning counts as burst damage. If so, maybe I could do a 4-piece emblem. Other than that, I think I might have to do like... I'll see what I can do. I'm already like, my brain is already going places. Apart from the fact that she's a meme character. She's a bit of an odd one, yeah. Yeah, I'm already having ideas, but we'll see what I can do once I go on Genshin. All right. You can name your character as well, Awais. I'm gonna be right back though, real quick. I gotta use the bathroom, and then we're gonna start out with the book. All right, I'm back. I mean, I don't know who it would be, because, like, I already done Ningguang and, Dia. And if I don't have them, I can't do it. So we'll see. Yeah, actually, I don't have an idea right now. You gotta tell me. If I have them, I'll do it. I know who it is. Yeah, I don't know either. Them. Okay. Still not sure. I don't know if that them is referring to one character or multiple characters. My brain is not braining today. To be fair, my brain is never braining. It's just he said if I have them. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what character it is, so like, if I have that character, I'll do it. I just don't know who it is. All right, we should start with the book though. So last time we left off, were we already back in Vion, or I forgot. It was a long chapter, or like a long bit. Shall rectify this? Just say it. And I will do it. All right. So we are back in Vion-sur-Sarthe in France, July 30th, 1714. Vion vanishes like a cart around a bend, the rooftops swallowed up by the trees and the hills of the surrounding country. By the time Adeline musters the courage to look back, it is gone. She sighs and returns, and walks, wincing at the strange shape of George's boots. They are too large by half. Adeline found socks on a washing line, shoved them into the toes of the shoes to make them fit. But by the 4th hour of walking, she can feel the places where her skin has rubbed raw, the blood pooling in the leather soles. She's afraid to look, so she doesn't, focuses only on the path ahead. She has decided to walk toward the walled city of Le Mans. It is the farthest she has ever gone, and even still, she has never made the trip alone. She knows the world is so much larger than the towns along the side. But right now, she cannot think beyond the road in front of her. Every step she takes is a step away from Vion, away from a life that is no longer hers. You wanted to be free, said a voice in her head. But it's not hers. No, it is deeper, smoother, lined with satin and wood smoke. She skirts the villages, the farms alone in their fields. There are whole stretches when the world seems too empty around her. As if an artist drew the barest lines of the landscape, then turned, distracted from the task. Once, Adeline hears a cart trundling down the road and ducks into the shade of a nearby grove and waits for it to pass. She does not want to stray too far from the road or the river, but over her shoulder, through a copse of trees, she sees the yellow blush of summer fruit, and her stomach aches with longing. An ore cart. The shade is lovely, the air cool, and she picks a ripened peach from a low branch and sinks her teeth greedily into the fruit, her empty stomach cramping around the sugared bite. Despite the pain, she eats a pear as well, and a handful of mirabelles, scoops palm after palm of water from a well at the orchard's edge, before forcing herself forward, out of the shelter and back into the summer heat. The shadows are stretching long when she finally sinks into the riverbank and pulls off the boots to assess the damage to her feet. But there is none. The socks are unbloody, her heels uncut, no sign of the miles walked, the wear and tear of so many hours on the packed earth road. Though she felt the pain of every step, nor are her shoulders burned from the sun, though all day she felt its heat. Her stomach twists, aching for something more than stolen fruit, but as the light ebbs and the hills darken, there are no lanterns, no homes in sight. Exhausted, she would curl up right there on the river's edge and give in to sleep. But insects float above the water, nipping at her skin. And so she retreats into an open field and sinks down amid the tall grass the way she did so many times when she was young. And wanted to be somewhere else. The grass would swallow the house, the workshop, the rooftops of Vion. Everything except the open sky overhead. A sky that could belong to anywhere. Now, as she stares up at the mottled dusk, she longs for home. Not for Roger, or the future she did not want, but the woody grip of Estelle's hand on hers as the old woman showed her how to wind raspberry bushes, and the soft hum of her father's voice as he worked in his shed, the scent of sap and wood dust in the air, the pieces of her life she never meant to lose. She slips her hand into the pocket of her skirt, fingers stretching for the little carved bird. She has not let herself reach for it before, half sure it would be gone, its theft undone like every other act. But it is still there, the wood smooth and warm. Adeline draws it out, holds it up against the sky and wonders. She could not break the figurine, but she could take it. Amid the growing list of negatives, she cannot write, cannot say her name, cannot leave a mark. This is the first thing she has been able to do. She can steal. It will be a long time before she knows the contours of her curse, longer still before she understands the shadow's sense of humor, before he looks at her over a glass of wine and observes that a successful theft is an anonymous act, the absence of a mark. In this moment, she is simply grateful for the talisman. My name is Adeline Larue, she tells herself, clutching the little wooden bird. I was born in Villon in the year 1691 to Jean and Marthe, or Jean and Marthe, in a stone house just beyond the old yew tree. She tells the story of her life to the little carving, as if afraid she'll forget herself as easily as others do, unaware that her mind is now a flawless cage, her memory a perfect trap. She will never forget, though she'll wish she could. As the night creeps through, purple giving way to black, Adeline looks up into the dark and begins to suspect that the dark is staring back, that god or demon, with its cruel gaze, its mocking smile, features contorted in a way she never drew. As she stares, head craned, the stars seem to pick out the lines of a face, the cheekbones and brow, the illusion drawing together until she half expects the blanket of night to ripple and twist as the shadows did in the woods, the space between stars splitting to reveal those emerald eyes. She bites her tongue to keep from calling to him, lest something else decide to answer. She's not in Villon, after all. She does not know which gods might linger here. Later, her strength will falter. Later, there will be nights when her need will smother caution, and she will scream and curse and dare him to come out and face her. Later. But tonight she's tired and hungry and loath to waste what little energy she has on gods that will not answer. So she curls onto her side, squeezes her eyes shut, and waits for sleep. And as she does, she thinks of torches in the field beyond the woods, of voices calling her name. The words pounding against her, drumming on her skin like rain. She wakes sometime later with a start, the world inky black and the downpour already soaking. Through her dress, the rainstorm sudden and heavy. She hurries, skirts dragging, across the field to the nearest line of trees. Back home, she loved the patter of rain against the walls of the house, used to lie awake and listen to the world washed clean. But here, she has no bed, no shelter. She does her best to wring the water from the dress, but it is already cooling on her skin, and she huddles among the roots, shivering beneath the broken canopy. My name is Addie Larue, she tells herself. My father taught me how to be a dreamer, and my mother taught me how to be a wife. And Estelle taught me how to speak to gods. Her thoughts drag on Estelle, who used to stand out in the rain, palms open as if to catch the storm. Estelle, who never cared as much for the company of others as for her own, who probably would have been content to be alone in the world. She tries to imagine what the old woman would say if she could see her now. But every time she tries to summon those keen eyes, that knowing mouth, she sees only the way Estelle looked at her in those last moments. The way her face furrowed and then cleared. A lifetime of knowing rushed away like a tear. No, she could not think of Estelle. Adeline wraps her arms around her knees and tries to sleep. When she wakes again, sunlight is pouring through the trees. A finch stands on the mossy ground nearby, pecking at the hem of her dress. She brushes it away, checking her pocket for the little wooden bird as she stands, sways, dizzy with hunger, realizes she has not had more than fruit in a day and a half. My name is Adeline Larue, she tells herself as she makes her way back to the road. It is becoming a mantra, something to pass the time, measure her steps. She repeats it over and over. She rounds a bend and stops, blinking fiercely as if the sun is in her eyes. It's not. And yet the world ahead had been plunged into a sudden, vivid yellow, the green fields devoured by a blanket the color of egg yolk. She looks back over her shoulder, but the way behind her is still green and brown, the ordinary shades of summer. The field ahead is mustard seed, though she doesn't know it then. Then it is simply beautiful in an overpowering way. Addie stares for a moment. For a moment she forgets her hunger, her aching feet, her sudden loss, and marvels at the shocking brightness, the all-consuming color. She wades through the field, flower buds brushing her palms, unafraid to crush the plants underfoot. They have already straightened in her wake, steps erased. By the time she reaches the far edge of the field, and the path, and the steady green, it looks dull, her eyes searching for another source of wonder. Shortly after, a larger town comes into sight, and she is about to weave around it when she catches a scent on the air that makes her stomach ache. Butter, yeast, the sweet and hearty smell of bread. She looks like a dress that fell from the line, wrinkled and dirty, her hair a tangled nest. But she is too hungry to care. She follows the scent between the houses and up a narrow lane toward the village square. Voices rise with the smell of baking, and when she rounds the corner, she sees a handful of women sitting around a communal oven. They perch on the stone bench around it, laughing and chatting like birds on a branch as the loaves rise within the oven's open mouth. The sight of them is jarring, ordinary in an aching way. And Adeline lingers in the shaded lane a moment, listening to the trill and chirp of their voices, before the hunger forces her forward. She doesn't have to search her pockets to know she has no coins. Perhaps she could barter for the bread, but all she has is the bird. And when she finds it in the folds of her skirt, her fingers refuse to loosen on the wood. She could beg, but her mother's face comes to mind, eyes tight with scorn. That only leaves theft, which is wrong, of course, but she is too hungry to weigh the sin of it. There is only the matter of how. The oven is hardly unmanned, and despite how fast she seems to fade from memory, she is still flesh and blood, not phantom. She cannot simply walk up and take the bread without causing a stir. Hey, Schmedium, how are you doing? I hope you're having a good day. Sure, they might forget her soon enough, but what danger would she be in before they did? If she got the bread and then away, how far would she have to run? How fast? And then she hears it. A soft animal sound almost lost beneath the chatter. 1 second. Okay. She circles the stone hut and finds her chance. Across the lane, a mule stands in the shade, lazily chewing its bit beside a sack of apples, a stack of kindling. All it takes is a single sharp smack, and the mule lurches, more in shock, she hopes, than pain. It jostles forward, upsetting the apples and the wood as it set off. And just like that, the square is startled, thrown into a brief but noisy state as the beast trots away, dragging a bag of grain, and the women leap to their feet, the trills and warbles of their laughs dissolving into taut shouts of dismay. Adeline slips across the oven like a cloud, swiping the nearest loaf from the stone mouth. Pain sears across her fingers as she grabs it, and she nearly drops the bread. But she is too hungry, and pain, she is learning, doesn't last. The loaf is hers, and by the time the mule is settled, and the grain set right, and the apples gathered, and the women return to their place by the oven, She is already gone. She leans in the shade of a stable on the edge of town, teeth tearing into the underbaked bread. The dough collapses in her mouth, heavy, sweet, and hard to swallow, but she doesn't care. It is filling enough, wearing the edges of her hunger. Her mind begins to clear, her chest loosens, and for the first time since she left Vion, she feels something like human, if not whole. She pushes off the stable wall and begins to walk again, following the line of the sun and the path of the river toward Le Mans. My name is Adeline. She starts again and then stops. She never loved the name, and now she cannot say it. Whatever she calls herself, it will be only in her head. Adeline is the woman she left in Vion, on the eve of a wedding she did not want. But Addie was a gift from Estelle, shorter, sharper, the switch-quick name for the girl who rode to market and strained to see over roofs, for the one who drew and dreamed of bigger stories, grander worlds, of lives filled with adventure. And so, as she walks on, she starts the story over in her head. My name is Addie Larue. And now, we're jumping back to New York City, March 11th, 2014. So we're on the next day in New York. Because we were March 10th before her birthday, so now it's the day after her birthday. Okay. Nerdy French is fabulous. It is too quiet without James. Addie never thought of him as loud, charming, cheerful, but hardly ruckus. But now she realizes how much he filled the space when they were in it. That night, he put on a record and sang along as he made grilled cheese on the 6-burner stove, which they ate standing because the place was new and he hadn't bought a kitchen chair. He hadn't bought kitchen chairs. There's still no kitchen chairs. But now, there's no James either. He's off on location somewhere, and the apartment stretches out around her, too silent and too large for one person. The high floor and the double-paned glass combining to block out the sounds of the city, reducing Manhattan to a picture, still and gray beyond the windows. Addie plays record after record, but the sound only echoes. She tries to watch TV, but the drone of news is more static than anything, as is the tinny choir of voices on the radio, too far away to feel real. The sky outside is a static gray, a thin mist of rain blurring the buildings. This is kind of day designed for wood fires and mugs of tea and well-loved books. But while James has a fireplace, it's only gas. And when she checks the cupboard for her favorite blend, she finds the box nestled in the back. But it is empty, and all the books he keeps are histories, not fiction. And Addie knows she cannot pass the day here with only herself for company. She gets dressed again in her own clothes and smooths the covers back into the bed, even though the cleaners will surely return before James does. With a last glance at the dreary day, she steals a scarf from the closet shelf, a soft plaid cashmere with the tag still on, and sets out, the lock chiming behind her. She does not know at first where she is going. Some days she still feels like a lion caged, pacing its enclosure. Her feet have a mind of their own, and soon they are carrying her uptown. My name is Addie Larue, she thinks to herself as she walks. 300 years, and some part of her is still afraid of forgetting. There have been times, of course, when she wished her memory more fickle. when she could have given anything to welcome madness and disappear. It is the kind of road to lose yourself. All right, we have an ad going on right now, so we're going to take a little break here. Oh god, I already really enjoy. Schwab has such a way to like create images in your head. The way they describe and the environment is just amazing. I really enjoy that. It's so good. Like when she was going through the fields and they were describing like the colors and everything. That was really great. Also though, it's really sad the way that she just cannot have like any influence of anything whatsoever. Apart from stealing shit. But, I mean... Okay. Ads should be over, so we can continue. I'm gonna see if I could take breaks between the ads so you guys don't miss anything. Like Peter and J.M. Barrie's Peter Pan. There, at the end, when Peter sits on the rock, the memory of Wendy Darling sliding from his mind. And it is sad, of course, to forget. But it is a lonely thing to be forgotten. To remember when no one else does. I remember, whispers the darkness, almost kindly, as if he's not the one who cursed her. Perhaps it is the bad weather, or perhaps it is the maudlin mood that leads Addie up along the eastern edge of Central Park, to 82nd and into the granite halls of the Met. Addie has always had a fondness for museums. Spaces where history gathers out of place, where art is ordered, and artifacts sit on pedestals or hang on walls above little white didactics. There we go. Fucking hell. Words. Addie feels like a museum sometimes. One only she can visit. She crosses the great hall with its stone arches and colonnades, weaves her way through Greco-Roman and past Oceania. Exhibits she has lingered in 100 times, continues until she reaches the European sculpture court with its grand marble figures. One room over, she finds it, where it always is. It sits in a glass cage along one wall, framed on either side by pieces made of iron or silver. It is not large as far as sculptures go, the length of her arm from elbow to fingertips. A wooden plinth with 5 marble birds perched atop it, each about to fly away. It is the 5th that holds her gaze, the lift of its beak, the angle of its wings, the soft down of its feathers captured once in wood and now in stone. Revenir, it's called. To come back. Addie remembers the first time she found the work, the small miracle of it, sitting there on its clean white block. The artist, Arnaud Miret, a man she never knew, never met. And yet, here he is, with a piece of her story, her past, found and made into something memorable, something worthwhile, something beautiful. She wishes she could touch the little bird, run her finger along its wing, the way she always did, even though she knows it's not the one she lost, knows this one wasn't carved by her father's strong hands, but by a stranger. Still, it is there, it is real, it is in some way hers. A secret kept, a record made. The first mark she left upon the world, long before she knew the truth. That ideas are so much wilder than memories, that they long and look for ways of taking root. And now we're jumping back in time again to Le Mans. No longer Vion, now she's in Le Mans, France, 1714, July 31st. Le Mans lies like a sleeping giant in the fields along the south. It has been more than 10 years since Addie was allowed to make the trek to the walled city, perched beside her father in the family cart. Now, her heart quickens as she steps through the city gates. There's no horse this time, no father, no cart. But in the late afternoon light, the city is just as busy, just as bustling as she remembered. Addie doesn't bother trying to blend in. If, now and then, someone glances her way, notices the young woman in the stained white dress, they keep their opinions to themselves. It is easier to be alone among so many people. Only, she doesn't know where to go. She pauses a moment to think, only to hear hoofs clattering. Too sudden and too close, and narrowly escaped being trampled by a cart. "Out of the way!" shouts the driver as she lunges back, only to collide with a woman carrying a basket of pears. It tips, spilling 3 or 4 onto the cobbled path. "Watch where you're going," snarls the woman, and when Addie bends to help her fetch the fallen fruit, the woman screeches and stomps at her fingers. Addie backs away and thrusts her hands into her pocket, clings to the little wooden bird as she continues through the winding streets toward the center of the city. There are so many roads, but they all look the same. She thought this place would feel more familiar, but it only feels strange, a figment from a long ago dream. When Addie was last here, the city seemed a wonder, a grand and vital place. The bustling markets bathed in sun, the voices ringing off of stone. Her father's broad shoulders, blocking out the city's darker sides. But now, alone, a menace has crept in, like fog, erasing the buoyant charm, leaving only the sharp edges jutting through the mist. One version of the city replaced by another. Palimpsest. She doesn't know the word just yet, but 50 years from now in a Paris salon, she will hear it for the first time. The idea of the past blotted out, written over the present, and think of this moment in Le Mans. A place she knows and yet doesn't. How foolish to think it would stay the same when everything else has changed, when she has changed, grown from a girl into a woman, and then into this, a phantom, a ghost. She swallows hard and stands up straight, determined not to fray or fall apart. But Addie cannot find the inn where she and her father stayed, and even if she could, what did she plan to do there? She has no way to pay, and even if she had the coin, who would rent to a woman on her own? Le Mans is a city, but it's not so big that such a thing could pass beneath a landlord's notice. Addie's grip tightens on the carving in her skirts as she continues through the streets. There's a market just past the town hall, but it is closing up, tables empty, the carts pulling away, the ground littered only with the dregs of lettuce and a few moldy potatoes. Before she can think of scrounging for them, they're gone, swept away by a smaller, quicker hands. There's a tavern inn at the edge of the square. She watches a man dismount his horse, A dappled mare, and passed the reins to a stable hand, already turning toward the noise of and hustle of the open doors. She watches the stable hand lead the mare across the way to a broad wooden barn and vanish into the relative dark. But it's not the barn that's caught her eye or the horse. It's the pack still thrown across its back, two heavy satchels bulging like sacks of grain. Addie crosses the square and slips into the stable behind the man and the mare, her steps as light and quick as possible. Sunlight streams weakly through the beams in the stable roof, casting the place in a soft relief. A few highlights amid the layered shadow. The kind of place she would have loved to draw. A dozen horses shuffle in their stalls, and across the barn, the stable hand hums to the mare as he strips away its tack, tosses the saddle over the wooden divide, and brushes down the beast, his own hair a nest of knots and snarls. Addie ducks low, creeping toward the stalls at the back of the barn. The sacks and satchels strewn on the wooden barriers between the horses. Her hands dart hungrily across the trappings, searching beneath buckles and under flaps. There are no purses, but she finds a heavy riding coat, a skin of wine, a boning knife the length of her hand. The coat she drapes around her shoulders, the blade goes into one deep pocket and the wine in the other as she creeps on, quiet as a ghost. She doesn't see the empty bucket until her shoe cracks against it with a sharp clatter. It falls with a muffled thud onto the hay, and Addie holds her breath and hopes the sound is lost among the shuffling hoofs. But the stable hand stops humming. She sinks lower, folds herself into the shadows of the nearest stall. 5 seconds pass, then 10, and then at last the humming starts again. And Addie straightens and makes her way to the final stall, where a stout draft horse lounges, munching grain, beside a belted bag. Her fingers drift toward the buckle. "What are you doing?" The voice too close behind her. The stable hand no longer humming, no longer brushing the dappled mare, but standing in the alley between berths, a crop in his hand. "Sorry, sir," she says, a shade breathless. "I came looking for my father's horse. He wanted something from his satchel." He stares at her, unblinking, his features half swallowed by the dark sprawl on his hair. "Which horse would that be?" She wishes she'd studied the horses as well as their packs, but she cannot hesitate. It would reveal the lie, so she turns around toward the workhorse. "This one." It is a good lie as far as lies go, the kind that could have easily been true if she'd only picked another horse. A grim smile twitches beneath the man's beard. "Ah," he says, flicking the crop against his palm. "But you see, that one's mine." Addie has a strange and sickening urge to laugh. "Can I pick again?" she whispers, inching toward the stable door. Somewhere nearby, a mare whinnies. Another stamps its hooves. The crop stops and snapping against the man's palm. And Addie lurches sideways, but between the stalls, the stable hand on her heels. He's fast, a speed clearly born from catching beasts, but she is lighter, and he has far more to lose. His hand grazes the collar of her stolen coat, but he cannot catch her. His heavy steps falter and slow, and Addie thinks she's free, right before she hears the crisp, bright sound of a bell ringing on the stable wall, followed by the sound of boots coming from outside. She is nearly to the mouth of the barn when the second man appears, cutting like a wide shadow across the doorway. "Has a beast got free?" he shouts before he sees her, wrapped in a stolen coat. her 2 large boots catching on the hay. She scrambles backwards right into the arms of the stable hand. His fingers close around her shoulders, heavy as shackles. When she tries to twist free, his grip digs deep enough to bruise. "Caught her thieving," he says, the coarse bristles on his cheeks scraping hers. "Let me go," she pleads as he pulls her tight. "This isn't a market stall," sneers the second, drawing a knife from his belt. "Do you know what we do with thieves?" "It was a mistake. Please, let me go." The knife wags like a finger. "Not until you've paid." "I don't have any money." "That's all right," says the second man, drawing closer. "Thieves pay in flesh." She tries to tear free, but the grip on her arms is iron as the knife comes to rest against the laces of her dress, plucking them like strings. And when she twists again, she is no longer trying to get free, simply trying to reach the boning knife inside the pocket of her stolen coat. Twice her fingers brush the wooden hilt before she manages to catch it. She drives the blade down and back into the first man's thigh, feels it sink into the meat of his leg. He cries out before he thrusts her away like a hornet, flinging her forward right into the other man's blade. Pain screams through her shoulder as the knife bites in, skates along her collarbone, leaving a trail of searing heat. Her mind goes blank with it, but her legs are already moving, carrying her through the stable doors and out into the square. She throws herself behind a barrel, out of sight, as the men, stumbling, swearing, out of the barn behind her, their faces twisted with rage and something worse, something primal. Hungry. And then, between one step and the next, they begin to slow. Between one step and the next, the urgency falters and fades, the purpose slipping like a thought out of reach. The men look around, and then at each other. The one she stabbed stands straighter now, no sign of the tear in his trousers, no blood soaking through the fabric. The mark she left on him, erased. They jostle and rib, and head back into the barn, and Addie slumps forward, her head coming to rest against the wooden barrel. Her chest throbs, pain tracing a vivid line along her collar, and when she presses her hand to the wound, her fingers come away red. She cannot stay there, curled behind the barrel, forces herself up and sways, feeling faint, but soon the wave of sickness passes and she is still on her feet. She walks, one hand pressed to her shoulder, the other close tight around the knife beneath her stolen coat. She doesn't know when she decides to leave Le Mans, but soon enough she is crossing the courtyard, away from the stable and through the winding streets, past body inns and tavern houses, past crowded steps and raucous laughter, giving the city up with every step. The ache in her shoulder fades from a searing heat to a dull throb, and then to nothing. She runs her fingers over the gash, but it's gone. As is the blood on her dress, swallowed up like the words she scrawled across her father's parchment, the lines she drew in the silt of the riverbank. The only traces of it are on her skin, a crust of drying blood along her collarbone, a smear of browning red across her palm, and Addie marvels a moment, despite herself, at the strange magic of it, the proof that in one way the shadow kept his word, twisted it, yes, warped her wishes into something wrong and rotten, but granted her this at least, to live. A small, mad sound escapes her throat, and there is relief in it, perhaps, but also horror, for the truth of her hunger, which she is only just discovering, for the ache in her feet, though they do not cut or bruise, for the pain of the wound in her shoulder before it healed. The darkness has granted her freedom from death, perhaps, but not from this, not from suffering. It will be years before she learns the true meaning of that word, but in this moment, as she walks into the thickening dusk, she is still relieved to be alive. A relief that flickers when she reaches the edge of the city. This is as far as Adeline has ever gone. Le Mans looms at her back, and ahead the high stone walls give way to scattered towns, each one like a copse of trees, and then to open fields, and then to what? She does not know. When Addie was young, she would surge up the slopes till it rose and fell around Villon, fling herself to the very edge of the hill, the place where the ground fell away, and stop, heart racing as her body leaned forward, longing for the fall. The slightest push and weight would do the rest. There's no steep hill beneath her now, no slope, and yet she feels her balance tilt. And then Estelle's voice rises to meet her in the dark. "How do you walk to the end of the world?" she once asked. And when Addie didn't know, the old woman smiled that wrinkled grin and answered, "One step at a time." Addie is not going to the end of the world, but she must go somewhere. And in that moment she decides, she is going to Paris. It is, beside Le Mans, the only city she knows by name, a place that played so many times across a stranger's lips, featured into every tale her father told, a place of gods and kings, gold and majesty, and promise. "This is how it starts," he would have said, if you could see her now. Addie takes the first step and feels the ground give way, feels herself tip forward, but this time, she does not fall. This is so good. This is so fucking good. What the hell? It's a bit on the slower side right now, but oh my god, it's so good. Now we're going back again. Now we're in March 12th, 2014 in New York City, so another day has passed in the present. It is a better day. The sun is out, the air is not so cold, and there's so much to love about a city like New York. The food, the art, the constant offerings of culture, though Addie's favorite thing is its scale. Towns and villages are easily conquered. A week in Villon was enough to walk every path, to learn every face. But with cities like Paris, London, Chicago, New York, she doesn't have to pace herself, doesn't have to take small bites to make the newness last. A city she can consume as hungrily as she likes, devour it every day and never run out of things to eat. It is the kind of place that takes years to visit, and still, there always seems to be another alley, another set of steps, another door. Perhaps that's why she hasn't noticed it before. Set off from the curb and down a short flight of steps, there's a shop, half hidden by the line of the street. The awning was clearly once purple, but has long faded toward gray, though the shop's name is still legible, picked out in white lettering. The Last Word. A used bookstore, judging by the name, and the windows brimming with stacked spines. Addie's pulse thrilled a little. She was certain she'd found them all, but that is the brilliant thing about New York. Addie has wandered a fair portion of the 5 boroughs, and still, the city has its secrets. Some tucked in corners, basement bars, speakeasies, members-only clubs, and others sitting in plain sight. Like Easter eggs in a movie, the ones you don't notice until the second or third viewing. And not like Easter eggs at all, because no matter how many times she walks these blocks, no matter how many hours or days or years she spends learning the contours of New York, as soon as she turns her back, it seems to shift again and reassemble. Buildings go up and come down, businesses open and close, people arrive and depart, and the deck shuffles itself again and again and again. Of course she goes in. A faint bell announces her arrival, the sound quickly smothered by the crush of books in various conditions. Some bookstores are organized, more gallery than shop. Some are sterile, reserved for only the new and untouched. But not this one. This shop is a labyrinth of stacks and shelves. Text stacked 2, even 3 deep. Leather beside paper beside board. Her favorite kind of store. One it's easy to get lost in. There's a checkout counter by the door, but it is empty, and she wanders, unmolested, through the aisles, picking her way along the well-loved shelves. The bookshop seems fairly empty, save for an older white man studying a row of thrillers. A gorgeous black girl sitting cross-legged in a leather chair at the end of a row. Silver shining on her fingers and in her ears. A giant art book open in her lap. Addie wanders past a placard marked poetry, and the darkness whispers against her skin, teeth skimming like a blade along a bare shoulder. Come with me and live. Come with me. Come live with me and be my love. Addie's refrain, worn smooth with repetition. You do not know what love is. She doesn't stop, but turns the corner, fingers trailing now along theology. She has read the Bible, the Upanishads, the Quran, after a spiritual bender of sorts a century ago. She passes Shakespeare too, a religion all his own. She pauses at memoir, studying the titles of the spines, so many I's and me's and my's, possessive words for possessive lives. What a luxury to tell one's story, to be read, remembered. Something knocks against Addie's elbow, and she looks down to see a pair of amber eyes peering over her sleeve, surrounded by a mass of orange fur. The cat looks as old as the book in her hand. It opens its mouth and lets out something of a yawn, between a yawn and a meow, a hollow, whistling sound. Hello. She scratches the cat between the ears, eliciting a low rumble of pleasure. Wow, says a male voice behind her. A book doesn't usually bother with people. The cat's name is Book? The cat's name is Book. Okay. Addie turns, about to comment on the cat's name, but loses her train of thought when she sees him. Because for a moment, only for a moment, before the face comes into focus, she is certain it is. But it is not him. Of course it is not. The boy's hair, though black, falls in loose curls around his face, and his eyes, behind the thick framed glasses, are closer to gray than green. There's something fragile to them, more like glass than stone. And when he speaks, his voice is gentle, warm, undeniably human. Help you find anything? Addie shakes her head. No, she says, clearing her throat. Just browsing. Well then, he says with a smile. Carry on. She watches him go, black curls vanishing into the maze of titles before dragging her gaze back onto the cat. But the cat is gone too. Addie returns the memoir to the shelf and continues browsing, attention wandering over art and world history, all the while waiting for the boy to reappear, to start the cycle over, wondering what she will say when he does. She should have asked for help, let him lead her through the shelves, but he doesn't come back. The shop bell chimes again, announcing a new customer as Addie reaches the classics. Beowulf, Antigone, the Odyssey. There are a dozen versions of this last. And she's just drawing one out when there's a sudden burst of laughter, high and light, and she glances through a gap in the shelves and sees a blonde girl leaning on the counter. The boy stands on the other side, cleaning his glasses on the edge of his shirt. He bows his head, dark lashes skimming his cheeks. He isn't even looking at the girl, who's rising on her toes to get closer to him. She reaches out and runs one hand along his sleeve, the way Addie just did along the shelves. And he smiles then, a quiet, bashful grin that erases the last of his resemblance to the dark. Addie tucks the book under her arm and heads for the door and out, taking advantage of his distraction. "Hey," calls a voice, his voice. But she continues up the steps onto the street. In a moment he will forget. In a moment, his mind will trail off and a hand lands on her shoulder. "You have to pay for that." She turns, and there's the boy from the shop, a little breathless and very annoyed. Her eyes flick past him to the steps, the open door. It must have been ajar. He must have been right behind her, but still, he followed her out. "Well?" he demands, hand dropping from her shoulder and coming to rest, palm open, in the space between them. She could run, of course, but it's not worth it. She checks the cost on the back of the book. It isn't much, but it's more than she has on her. "Sorry," she says, handing it back. He frowns then. A furrow too deep for his face. The kind of line carved by years of repetition, even though he can't be more than 30. He looks down at the book, and a dark brow lifts behind his glasses. A shop full of antique books, and you steal a battered paperback of The Odyssey? You know this won't fetch anything, right? Addie holds his gaze. "Who says I wanted to resell it?" "It's also in Greek." That she hadn't noticed. Not that it matters. She learned the classics in Latin first, but in the decades since, she's picked up Greek. "Silly me," she says dryly. "I should have stolen it in English." He almost smiles then. But it's a bemused, misshapen thing. Instead, he shakes his head. "Just take it," he says, holding out the book. "I think the shop can spare it." She has to fight the sudden urge to push it back. The gesture feels too much like charity. "Henry," calls the pretty black girl from the doorway. "Henry," calls the pretty black girl from the doorway. "Should I call the cops?" "No," he calls back, still looking at Addie. "It's fine." He narrows his eyes as if studying her. "Honest mistake." She stares at this boy, at Henry, or Henri. Then she reaches out and takes back the book, cradling against her as the bookseller vanishes back into the shop. And that's the end of part 1 of the book. Oh shit. We finally meet the person mentioned at the back of the book. Wow. Okay. God, that's so good. I love that. Holy shit. I love his introduction as well. Just so unseeming, but We already know he's gonna have a big impact. So now, part 2 is called The Darkest Part of the Night. We're now still in New York City, March 12th, 2014. So we're basically where we left off. Henry Strauss heads back into the shop. Bea has taken up residence again in the battered leather chair, the glossy art book open in her lap. Where did you go? He looks back through the open door and frowns. Nowhere. She shrugs, turning through the pages, a guide to neoclassical art that she has no intention of buying. Not a library, Henry sighs, returning to the till. Sorry, he says to the girl by the counter. Where were we? She bites her lip. Her name is Emily, he thinks. I was about to ask if you wanted to grab a drink. He laughs, a little nervously, a habit he's beginning to think he'll never shake. She's pretty. She really is. There's this troublesome shine in her eyes, a familiar milky light. And when he's relieved, he doesn't have to lie about having plans tonight. Another time, she says with a smile. Another time, he echoes as the girl takes her book and goes. The door was barely closed when Bea clears her throat. What? He asks without turning. You could have gotten her number. We have plans, he says, tapping the tickets on the counter. He hears the soft stretch of leather as she rises from the chair. You know, she says, swinging an arm around his shoulder, the great thing about plans is that you can make them for other days too. He turns, hands rising to her waist. Now, they're locked like kids in the throes of a school dance, limbs making wide circles like nets or chains. Beatrice Helen, he scolds. Henry Samuel. They stand there in the middle of the store, two 20-somethings in a preteen embrace. And maybe, once upon a time, Bea would have leaned a little harder, made some speech about finding someone new, about deserving to be happy again. But they have a deal. She doesn't mention Tabitha, and Henry doesn't mention the professor. Everyone has their fallen foes, the battle scars. Excuse me, says an older man, sounding genuinely sorry to interrupt. He holds up a book, and Henry smiles and breaks the chain, ducking back behind the counter to ring him up. Bea swipes her ticket from the table and says she'll meet him at the show, and Henry nods her off and the old man goes on his way. And the rest of the afternoon is a quiet blur of pleasant strangers. He turns the sign over at 5 to 6 and goes through the motion of closing up the shop. The last word isn't his, but it might as well be. It's been weeks since he saw the actual owner, Meredith, who's spending her golden years traveling the world on her late husband's life insurance. A woman indulging in a second spring. Henry scoops a handful of kibble into one of the small red dish behind the counter for Book, the shop's ancient cat. And a moment later, a ratty orange head pokes up over the chapbooks and poetry. The cat likes to climb behind a stack and sleep for days, his presence marked only by the emptying dish and the occasional gasp of a customer when they come across a pair of unblinking yellow eyes at the back of the shelves. Book is the only one who's been at the bookstore longer than Henry. He's worked there for the last 5 years, having started back when he was still a grad student in theology. At first, it was just a part-time gig, a way to supplement the university stipend. But then, school went away, and the store stayed. Henry knows he should probably get another job because the pay is shit and he was 21 years of expensive formal education. He has 21 years of expensive formal education. And then, of course, there's his brother David's voice, which sounds exactly like their father's voice, calmly asking where his job leads. It is really how he plans to spend his life. But Henry doesn't know what else to do, and he can't bring himself to leave. It's the only thing he hasn't failed out of yet. And the truth is, Henry loves the store, loves the smell of books and the steady weight of them on shelves. The presence of old titles and the arrival of new ones, and the fact that in a city like New York, there will always be readers. Bea insists that everyone who works in a bookstore wants to be a writer, but Henry's never fancied himself a novelist. Sure, he's tried putting a pen to paper, but it never really works. He can't find the words, the story, the voice, can't figure out what he could possibly add to so many shelves. Henry would rather be a story keeper than a storyteller. Turns off the lights and grabs the ticket to his show, and grabs the ticket and his coat, and heads over to Robbie's show. Henry didn't have time to change. The show starts at 7, and the last word closed at 6. And anyways, he isn't sure what the dress code is for an off-Broadway show about fairies and the Bowery. So he's still in dark jeans and a tattered sweater. It's what Bea likes to call librarian chic, even though he doesn't work in a library. In fact, she cannot seem to grasp. Bea, on the other hand, looks painfully fashionable, as she always does, with a white blazer rolled up on her elbows, thin silver bands wrapped around her fingers and shining in her ears, thick dreads coiled in a crown atop her head. Henry wonders, as they wait in the queue, if some people have natural style or if they simply have the discipline to curate themselves every day. They shuffle forward, presenting their tickets at the door. The play is one of those strange medleys of theaters and modern dance that only exists in a place like New York. According to Robbie, it's loosely based on A Midsummer Night's Dream. If someone had filed Shakespeare's cadence smooth and crank up the saturation. Bea knocks him in the ribs. Did you see the way she looked at you? He blinks. What? Who? Bea rolls her eyes. You're entirely hopeless. The lobby bustles around them, and they're wading through the crowd when another person catches Henry's arm. A girl, wrapped in a tattered bohemian dress. Green pain flourishes like abstract veins on her temples and cheeks, marking her as one of the actors of the show. He's seen the remnants of Robbie's skin 12 times in the last few weeks. She holds up a paintbrush and a bowl of gold. You're not adorned, she says with sober sincerity. Before he can think to stop her, she paints gold dust on his cheeks. The brushes touch feather light. This close, he can see that faint shimmer in the girl's eyes. Henry tips his chin. How do I look? He asks, affecting a model's pout. And even though he's joking, the girl flashes him an earnest smile and says, Perfect. A shiver rolls through him at the word. and he is somewhere else, a hand holding his in the dark, a thumb brushing his cheek. But he shakes it off. Bea lets the girl paint a shining stripe down her nose, a dot of gold on her chin. Manages to get in a solid 30 seconds of flirting before bells chime through the lobby, and the artistic sprite vanishes back into the crowd as they continue toward the theater doors. Henry threads his arm around Bea's. You don't think I'm perfect, do you? She snorts, God, no. And he smiles, despite himself as another actor, a dark-skinned man with rose gold on his cheeks, hands them each a branch, the leaves too green to be real. His gaze lingers on Henry, kind and sad and shining. They show their tickets to an usher, an old woman, wide-haired and barely 5 feet tall. She holds onto Henry's arm for balance as she shows them to their row, pats his elbow when she leaves them, murmuring, "Such a good boy," as she toddles up the aisle. Henry looks at the number on his ticket, and they sidestep over to their seats. A group of 3 near the middle of the row. Henry sits, Bea on one side, the empty seat on the other. The seat reserved for Tabitha, because of course they bought their tickets months ago, when they were still together, when everything was a plural instead of a singular. A dull ache fills Henry's chest, and he wishes he'd paid the $10 for a drink. The lights go down and the curtain goes up on a kingdom of neon and spray-painted steel. And there's Robbie in the middle of it all, lounging on a throne in a pose that is pure Goblin King. His hair curls up in a high wave, streaks of purple and gold carving the lines of his face into something stunning and strange. And when he smiles, it is easy to remember how Henry fell in love. Back when they were 19, a tangle of lust and loneliness and far-off dreams. And when Robbie speaks, his voice is crystal, reflecting across the theater. "This," he says, "is a story of gods." The stage fills with players, the music begins, and for a while, it is easy. For a while, the world falls away, and everything quiets around them. And Henry disappears. Toward the end of the play, there is a scene that will press itself into the dark of Henry's mind, exposed light on film. Robbie, the Bowery King, rises from his throne as rain falls in a single sheet across the stage. And even though moments earlier it was crowded with people, now somehow there's only Robbie. He reaches out, hand skimming the curtain of rain as it parts around his fingers, his wrist, his arm, as he moves forward inch by inch until his whole body is beneath the wave. He tips his head back, the rain rinsing gold and glitter from his skin, flattening the perfect wave of curls against his skull, erasing all traces of magic, turning him from the languid, arrogant prince into a boy, vulnerable, alone. The lights go out, and for a long moment, the only sound in the theater is the rain, fading from a solid wall to the steady rhythm of a downpour, and after, to the soft patter of drops on the stage. And then at last, nothing. The lights come up and the cast takes the stage, and everyone applauds. Bea cheers and looks at Henry, the joy bleeding from her face. "What's wrong?" she asks. "You look like you're about to faint." He swallows and shakes his head. His hand is throbbing, and when he looks down, he's dug his nails into the scar along his palm, drawing a fresh line of blood. Henry? I'm fine, he says, wiping his hand off the velvet seat. It was good. He stands and follows Bea out. The crowd thins until it's mostly friends and family waiting for the actors to reappear. But Henry feels the eyes, attention drifting like a current. Everywhere he looks, he finds a friendly face, a warm smile, and sometimes more. Finally, Robbie comes bounding into the lobby and throws his arms around both of them. My adoring fans, he says in a thespian's ringing alto. Henry snorts, and Bea holds out a chocolate rose, a long inside joke since Robbie once bemoaned that you had to choose between chocolates and flowers. And Bea pointed out that was Valentine's Day. It was Valentine's Day, and that for performances, flowers were typical. And Robbie said he wasn't typical, and besides, what if he was hungry? You were great, says Henry, and it's true. Robbie is great. He's always been great. The trifecta of dance, music, and theater required to get work in New York. He's still a few streets off Broadway, but Henry has no doubt he'll get there. He runs his hand through Robbie's hair. Dry. It is the color of burnt sugar, a tawny shade somewhere between brown and red, depending on the light. But right now, it's still wet from the final scene, and for a second, Robbie leans into the touch, resting the weight of his head in Henry's hand. His chest tightens, and he has to remind his heart it is not real. Not anymore. Henry pats his friend's back, and Robbie straightens, as if revived, renewed. He holds his robe aloft like a baton and announces, "To the party!" Henry used to think that after parties were only for last shows, a way for the cast to say goodbye. But he's since learned that for theater kids, every performance is an excuse to celebrate, to come down from the high, or in the case of Robbie's crowd, to keep it going. It's almost midnight and they're packed into a third-floor walk-up in Soho. The lights low and someone's playlist bumping through a pair of wireless speakers. The cast moves through the center of a vein, their faces still painted, but the costumes shed, caught between their onstage characters and their offstage selves. Henry drinks a lukewarm beer and rubs his thumb along the scar on his palm, in what's quickly becoming a habit. For a while, he had Bea to keep him company. Bea, who much prefers dinner parties to theater ones, place settings and dialogues to plastic cups and lines shouted over stereos. A groaning compatriot huddled with Henry in a corner, studying the tapestry of actors as if they were one of her art history books. And then another Bowery sprite whisked away, and Henry shouted "traitor" in their wake, even though he was glad to see Bea happy again. Meanwhile, Robbie is dancing in the middle of the room, always the center of the party. He gestures for Henry to join him, but Henry shakes his head, ignoring the pull, the easy draw of gravity, the open arms waiting at the end of the fall. At his worst, they were a perfect match, the differences between them purely gravitational. Robbie, who always managed to stay alight, while Henry came crashing down. "Hey, handsome." Henry turns, looking up from his beer, and sees one of the leads from the show, a stunning girl with rust-red lips and a white lily crown, the gold glitter on her cheeks stenciled to look like graffiti. She is looking at him with such open want, he should feel wanted, should feel something besides sad, lonely, and lost. "Drink with me," Her blue eyes shine as she holds out a little tray, a pair of shots with something small and white dissolving on the bottom. Henry thinks of all the stories about accepting food and drink from the Fae, even as he reaches for the glass. He drinks, and at first all he tastes is sweetness, the faint burn of tequila, but then the world begins to fuzz a little at the edges. He wants to feel lighter, to feel brighter, but the room darkens, and he can feel a storm creeping in. He was 12 when the first one rolled through. He didn't see it coming. One day the skies were blue, and the next the clouds were low and dense, and the next the wind was up and it was pouring rain. It would be years before Henry learned to think of those dark times as storms, to believe that they would pass if they could simply hold on long enough. His parents meant well, of course, but they always told him things like, "Cheer up," or "It'll get better," or worse, "It's not that bad," which is easy to say when you've never had a day of rain. Henry's oldest brother, David, is a doctor, but he still doesn't understand. His sister Muriel says she does, that all artists suffer through their storms, before offering him a pill from the mint container she keeps in her purse. Her little pink umbrellas, she calls them, playing on his metaphor, as if it's just a clever turn of phrase, and not the only way Henry can try to make them understand what it's like inside his head. It is just a storm, he thinks again, even as he pulls away from the scene. Makes some excuse about going to find air. The party is too warm and he wants to be outside, wants to go onto the roof and look up and see there's no bad weather, only stars. But of course, there are no stars. Not in Soho. He makes it halfway down the hall before he stops, remembering the show, the sight of Robbie in the rain, and shivers, deciding to go down instead of up, deciding to go home. And he's almost to the door when she catches his hand, the girl with ivy curling in her skin, over her skin, the one who painted him gold. "It's you," she says. "It's you," he says. She reaches out and wipes a fleck of gold from Henry's cheek. And the contact is like static shock, a spark of energy where skin meets skin. "Don't go," she says, and he's still trying to think of what to say next when she pulls him close and he kisses her. Quick, searching breaks off when he hears her gasp. "Sorry," he says the word automatic, like "please," like "thank you," like "I'm fine." But she reaches up and grabs a handful of his curls. "What for?" she asks, drawing his mouth back to hers. "Are you sure?" he murmurs, even though he knows what she will say, because he's already seen the light in her eyes, the pale cloud sweeping through her vision. Is this what you want? He wants the truth, but there's no truth for him, not anymore. And the girl just smiles and draws him back against the nearest door. "This," she says, "is exactly what I want." And then they are in one of the bedrooms, the door clicking shut and blotting out the noises of the party beyond the wall, and her mouth is on his. And again, he cannot see her eyes now in the dark, so it's easy to believe that this is real. And for a while, Henry disappears. Oh my god. I love this book. I absolutely adore this book. What the hell? This is so good. Okay, now we're jumping back to Addie's perspectives. Still in New York, March 12th, 2014. Addie makes her way uptown, reading The Odyssey by Streetlight. It's been a while since she read anything in Greek, but the poetic cadence of the epic poem draws her back into the stride of the old language, and by the time the Baxter comes into sight, she is half lost in the image of the ship at sea, looking forward to a glass of wine and a hot bath, and destined for neither. Her timing is either very good or very bad, depending on how you look at it, because Addie rounds the corner onto 56th just as a black sedan pulls up in front of the Baxter, and James St. Clair steps out onto the curb. He's back from his filming, tan and seemingly happy, wearing a pair of sunglasses despite the fact it's after dark. Addie slows and stops, hovers across the street as the doorman helps him unload and carry his bags inside. Hey Enzo, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Shit, she mutters under her breath as her night dissolves. No bubble baths, no bottles of Merlot. She sighs and retreats to the intersection, trying to decide what to do next. To her left, Central Park unravels like a dark green cloth in the center of the city. I'm good, I'm glad to hear. To her right, Manhattan rises in jagged lines, block after block of crowded buildings from Midtown down to the financial district. She goes right, making her way down toward the East Village. Her stomach begins to growl, and on second, she catches the sight of dinner. A young man on a bicycle dismounts on the curb, unpacks an order from the zippered case behind the seat, and jogs the plastic bag up to the building. Addie drifts up to the bike and reaches in. It's Chinese, she guesses, going by the size and shape of the containers. The paper edges folded and bound with thin metal handles. She plucks out a carton and a pair of disposable chopsticks and slips away before the man at the door has even paid. There was a time she felt guilty about stealing, but the guilt, like so many things, has worn away, and even though the hunger can't kill her, it still hurts as though it will. Addie makes her way toward Avenue C, scooping lo mein into her mouth as her legs carry her through the village to a brick building with a green door. She dumps the empty carton in the trash can on the corner and reaches the building. The building entrance just as a man is coming out. She smiles at him and he smiles back and holds the door. Inside, she climbs 4 flights of narrow steps to a steel door at the top, reaches up, and feels along the dusty frame for the small silver key discovered last fall when she and a lover stumbled home. The two, a tangle of limbs on the stairs. Sam's lips pressed beneath her jaw, pain-streaked fingers sliding beneath the waistband of her jeans. It was, for Sam, a rare, impulsive moment. It was, for Addie, the second month of an affair. A passionate affair, to be sure, but only because time is a luxury she can't afford. Sure, she dreams of sleepy mornings over coffee, legs draped across her lap, inside jokes and easy laughter. But those comforts come with the knowing. There can be no slow build, no quiet lust. Intimacy fostered over days, weeks, months. Not for them. So she longs for the mornings, but she settles for the nights. But settles for the nights. And if it cannot be love, well then at least it is not lonely. Her fingers close around the key, the metal scraping softly as she drags it from its hiding spot. It takes 3 tries in the rusted lock, just like it did the first night. But then the door swings open and she steps out onto the building's roof. A breeze kicks up and she shoves her hands in the pocket of her leather jacket as she crosses the roof. It's empty, save for a trio of lawn chairs, each of them imperfect in its own way. seats warped, stuck in different poses of recline, one arm hanging at a broken angle. A stained cooler sits nearby, and a string of fairy lights hang between laundry posts, transforming the roof into a shabby, weather-worn oasis. It's quiet up here, not silent. That is a thing she's yet to find in a city, a thing she's beginning to think lost amid the weeds of the old world. But as quiet as it gets in this part of Manhattan. And yet, it is not the same kind of quiet that stifled her at James's place. Not the empty, internal quiet of places too big for one. It is a living quiet, full of distant shouts and car horns and stereo bass reduced to an ambient static. A low brick wall surrounds the roof, and Addie lets herself lean forward against it, resting her elbows and looking out until the building falls away. And all she can see is the lights of Manhattan tracing patterns against the vast and starless sky. Addie misses stars. She met a boy back in 1965 when she told him that he drove her an hour outside of LA just to see them. The way his face glowed with pride when he pulled over in the dark and pointed up. Addie had craned her head and looked at the meager offering, the spare string of lights across the sky, and felt something in her sag. A heavy sadness, like loss. And for the first time in a century, she longed for Villon, for home, for a place where the stars were so bright they formed a river, a stream of silver and purple light against the dark. She looks up now over the rooftops and wonders if, after all this time, the darkness is still watching, even though it has been so long. Even though he told her once that he doesn't keep track of every life, pointed out that the world was big and full of souls, and he had far more to occupy himself than thoughts of her. The rooftop door crashes open behind her and a handful of people stumble out. 2 girls, 2 guys, and Sam. Wrapped in a white sweater and a pale gray jeans, her body like a brushstroke, long and lean and bright against the backdrop of the darkened roof. Her hair is longer now, with blonde curls escaping a messy bun. Streaks of red paint dab on her forearms where the sleeves are pushed up. And Addie wonders, almost absently, what she's working on. She's a painter, abstracts mostly. Her place, already small, made smaller by the stacks of canvas propped against the walls. Her name, crisp and easy. Only Samantha on her finished work. Owen traced across the spine in the middle of the night. The other 4 move in a huddle of noise across the roof. One of the guys in the middle of a story, but Sam lags behind a step. Head chipped back to savor the crisp night air. And Addie wishes she had something else to stare at. An anchor to keep her from falling into the easy gravity of the other girl's orbit. She does, of course. The Odyssey. Addie is about to bury her gaze in the book when Sam's blue eyes dip down from the sky and find her own. The painter smiles, and for an instant, it is August again, and they are laughing over beers on a bar patio. Addie lifting the hair off her neck to calm the flush of summer heat. Sam leaning in to blow on her skin. It is September, and they are in her unmade bed, their fingers tangled in the sheets and with each other as Addie's mouth tracks the dark warmth between Sam's legs. Addie's heart slams in her chest as the girl peels away from her group and casually wanders over. Sorry for crashing your piece. Oh, I don't mind, says Addie, forcing her gaze out. As if studying the city, even though Sam always made her feel like a sunflower, unconsciously angling toward the other girl's light. These days, everyone's looking down, muses Sam. It's nice to see someone looking up. Time slides. It's the same thing Sam said the first time they met, and the 6th, and the 10th. But it's not just a line. Sam has an artist's eye, present, searching, the kind that studies their subject and sees something more than shapes. Addie turns away, waits for the sound of retreating steps, but instead, she hears the snap of a lighter, and then Sam is beside her, a white blonde curl dancing at the edge of her side. She gives in and glances over. Could I steal one of those? She asks, nodding at the cigarette. Sam smiles. You could, but you don't need to. She draws another from the box and hands it over, along with a neon blue lighter. Addie takes them, tucks the cigarette between her lips, and drags her thumb along the starter. Luckily, the breeze is up, and she has an excuse, watching the flame as it goes out. Goes out, goes out, goes out. Here. Sam steps closer, her shoulder brushing Addie's as she steps in to block the wind. She smells like the chocolate chip cookies that her neighbor bakes whenever he's stressed, like the lavender soap she uses to scrub paint from her fingers, the coconut conditioner she leaves in her curls at night. Addie has never loved the taste of tobacco, but the smoke warms her chest, and it gives her something to do with her hands, a thing to focus on besides Sam. They are so close, breaths fogging the same bit of air, and then Sam reaches out and touches one of the freckles on Addie's right cheek, the way she did the first time they met. A gesture so simple and still so intimate. You have stars, she says, and Addie's chest tightens, twists again. Déjà vu, déjà su, déjà vécu. She has to fight the urge to close the gap, to run her palm along the long slope of Sam's neck, to let it rest against the nape, where Addie knows it fits so well. They stand in silence, blowing out clouds of pale smoke, the other 4 laughing and shouting at their backs, until one of the guys, Aaron, calls Sam over. And just like that, she's slipping away, back across the roof. Addie fights the urge to tighten her grip instead of letting go. Again, but she does. Leans against a low brick wall and listens to them talk about life, about getting old, about bucket lists and bad decisions. And then one of the girls says, "Shit, we're gonna be late." And just like that, beers get finished, cigarettes put out, and a group of them drifts back toward the rooftop door, all 5 retrieving like a tide. Sam still has to go. She slows, glances over her shoulder, flashing a last smile at Addie before she ducks inside. And Addie knows she could catch her if she runs, could beat the closing door. But she doesn't move. The metal bangs shut. Addie sags against the brick wall. Being forgotten, she thinks, is a bit like going mad. You begin to wonder what is real if you are real. After all, how can a thing be real if it cannot be remembered? If it's like that Zen koan, the one about the tree falling in the woods. If no one heard it, did it happen? If a person cannot leave a mark, do they exist? Addie stubs the cigarette out on the brick ledge and turns her back on the skyline, makes her way to the broken chairs and the cooler wedged between them. She finds a single beer floating amid the half-frozen melt, twists off the cap, sinking into the least damaged lawn chair. It is not so cold tonight, and she is too tired to go looking for another bed. The glow of the fairy lights is just enough to see by, and Addie stretches out in the lawn chair and opens the Odyssey and reads of strange lands and monsters and men who can't ever go home until the cold lulls her to sleep. Holy shit! Why is this so good? Oh my god. Okay, though, we're gonna take a little break here, guys, real quick, like 5 minutes. I'm gonna stretch, gonna make some tea, and then we'll be continuing in a bit. But, oh my god, this book is so good! Alright, I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Sorry. I got myself a cup of tea. With some nice honey and everything. Welcome back, Dark. Oh my god, this book is so good though. I really love this book already. We're like 100 pages in. That's like maybe even a third. But so good. I'm gonna sleep in a walk-in's freezer. Oh my god, this book is so good. I really like it. I didn't expect it to be that good. One second. We're gonna continue here in a moment with the book. I just gotta do something here real quick. Here. And then yeah. There. No, wrong. Yeah. I work too fast. Damn. Yeah, we're taking our time with this book, but oh my god. We're at a really good part right now. And I'm enjoying every second of it. Oh my god, I can't type. There we go. Even my manager contacted my mom and asked if my first job, because I said it was, but I work like I've done it for years. Nice. Okay. 44.7k until VIP. Let's go. Oh fuck, I wanted to check something else as well. Why did I close it out? Ah! Damn, okay. Okay. Points for the poor. Sadly, you cannot gift or trade points. Unless I would start like gambles or something. Like predictions. We could make some predictions for Genshin if we're gonna continue doing like these stupid builds where I just try to hit big numbers. We could make predictions like, am I going to hit over 100k or something like that. You can gamble your points and then lose it all and have to start over again. We'll see. Watch me go to Fontaine tonight my way. We'll see if I have the time. Okay, Kaya. You could make it to Fontaine through Sumeru, like that's not that, or like through Chenyu Vale. It's not too bad. Also, at a certain adventure rank, you will just unlock waypoints in Fontaine. You can literally just teleport to Fontaine. Very early on. The only region that is really story locked is Inazuma. Every other region you can just visit. Some good tea. All right. Well, shall we continue with the book? I think we shall. Put the mouse here. There we go. Oh, we're going back to France in the 1714, August 9th now. No longer July, okay. Now we're in Paris as well, no longer in Le Mans or Vion. We're in Paris. Heat hangs like a low roof over Paris. The August air is heavy, made heavier still by the sprawl of stone buildings, the reek of rotting food and human refuse, the sheer number of bodies living shoulder to shoulder. In 150 years, Haussmann will set his mark upon the city, raise a uniform facade and paint the buildings in the same pale palette, creating a testament to art and evenness and beauty. This is the kind of Paris Addie dreamed of, and one she will certainly live to see. But right now, the poor pile themselves in ragged heaps, while silk-finished nobles stroll through gardens. The streets are covered with horse-drawn carts, the squares thick with people, and here and there spires thrust up through the wooden fabric of the city. Wealth parades down avenues and rises with the peaks of each palace in the state. While hovels cluster in narrow roads, the stones stained dark with grime and smoke. Addie is too overwhelmed to notice any of it. She skirts the edge of a square, watching as men dismantle market stalls and kick out the ragged children who duck and weave between them. Breaks over, okay. Have a good rest of your work. Searching for scraps. As she walks, her hand slips into the hem pocket of her skirts, past the little wooden bird to the 4 copper soles she found in the lining of the stolen coat. 4 souls to make a life. It is getting late and threatening to rain, and she must find a place to sleep. It should be easy enough. There is, it seems, a lodging house on every street, but she is hardly across the threshold of the first when she's turned away. This is no brothel, chides the owner, glaring down his nose. And I'm no whore, he answers, but he only sneers and flicks his fingers as if casting off some unwanted residue. The second house is full, the third too costly, the fourth harbors only men. By the time she steps through the doors of the fifth, the sun has set and her spirits with it, and she's already braced for the rebuke, some excuse as to why she's unfit to stay beneath the roof. But she isn't turned away. An older woman meets her in the entry, thin and stiff, with a long nose and the small, sharp eyes of a hawk. She takes one look at Addie and leads her down the hall. The rooms are small and dingy, but they have walls and a door, and a window and a bed. A week's pay, demands the woman, in advance. Addie's heart sinks. A week seems an impossible stretch when memories only seem to last a moment, an hour, a day. Well, snaps the woman. Addie's hand closes around the copper coins. She is careful to draw out only 3, and the woman snatches them as fast as a crow stealing crusts of bread. They vanish into the pouch at her waist. Can you give me a bill? Asks Addie. Some proof to show I've paid. The woman scowls, clearly insulted. I run an honest house. I'm sure you do, fumbles Addie, but you have so many rooms to keep. It would be easy to forget which ones have. 34 years I've run this lodge, she cuts in, and never yet forgotten a face. It is a cruel joke, thinks Addie, as the woman turns and shuffles away, leaving her to her rented room. The week she paid for, but she knows that she will be likely to have a day. Knows that in the morning she will be evicted, the matron 3 crowns richer, while she herself will be out on the street. A little bronze key rests in the lock, and Addie turns it, relishes the solid sound like a stone dropped into a stream. She has nothing to unpack, no change of clothes. She casts off the traveling coat, draws the little wooden bird from her skirts, and sets it on the windowsill, a talisman against the dark. She looks out, expecting to see Paris's grand rooftops and dazzling buildings, the tall spires, or at least the Seine. But she has walked too far from the river, and the little window looks out only onto a narrow alleyway and the stone wall of another house that could be anywhere. Addie's father told her so many stories of Paris, made it sound like a place of glamour and gold, rich with magic and dreams waiting to be uncovered. Now she wonders if he ever saw it, or if the city was nothing but a name, an easy backdrop for princes and knights, adventurers and queens. They have bled together in her mind, those stories, become less a picture than a palette, a tone. Perhaps the city was less splendid. Perhaps there were shadows mixed within the light. It is a gray and humid night, the sounds of merchants and horse carts muted by the soft rain beginning to fall, and Addie curls up on the narrow bed and tries to sleep. She thought at least she'd have the night, but the rain hasn't even stopped, the darkness barely settled when the woman bangs upon her door, and the key is thrust into the lock and the tiny room is plunged into noise. Rough hands haul Addie from the bed. A man grips her arm as the woman sneers. Who let you in? Addie fights to wipe away the dregs of sleep. You did, she says, wishing the woman had only swallowed her pride and given her a receipt. But all Addie has is the key, and before she can show it, the woman's bony hand cuts hard across her cheek. Don't lie, girl, she says, sucking her teeth. This isn't a charity house. I paid, says Addie, cupping her face. But it is no use. The 3 souls in the pouch of the woman's waist will not serve as proof. We spoke, you and I. 34 years you said you've run this house. For an instant, uncertainty flashes across the woman's face, but it is too brief, too fleeting. Addie will one day learn to ask for secrets, details only a friend or intimate would know. But even then it will not always gain their favor. She will be called a trickster, a witch, a spirit, and a mad woman, and be cast out for a dozen different reasons, when in truth there's only one. They don't remember. Out, orders the woman, but Addie barely has time to grab her coat before she's forced from the room. Halfway down the hall, she remembers the wooden bird still resting on the windowsill and tries to twist free, to go back for it, but the man's grip was firm. She's cast out onto the street, shaking from the sudden violence of it all. The only consolation that before the door swung shut, the little wooden bird is tossed out too. It lands on the stones beside her, one wing cracking with the force. Though this time the bird doesn't mend itself, it lies there beside her, a sliver of wood chopped off like a fallen feather as the woman vanishes back inside the house. And Addie stifles the horrible urge to laugh, not at the humor, but the madness of it, the absurd, inevitable ending to her night. It is very late, or very early, the city quieted, and the sky a cloudy, rain-slicked gray. But she knows the dark is watching as she scoops up the carving, buries it into her pocket with the last copper coin, gets to her feet, drawing the coat tight around her shoulders, the hem of her skirts already damp. Exhausted, Addie makes her way down the narrow street and takes shelter beneath the wooden lip of an awning, sinking down into the stone crook between buildings to wait for dawn. She slips into a feverish, almost sleep, and feels her mother's hand against her brow, the faint rise and fall of her voice as she hums, smoothing a blanket over Addie's shoulders. And she knows she must be ill. That is the only time she saw her mother gentle. Addie lingers there, holding fast to the memory even as it fades. The harsh clop of hoofs and strain of wooden carts encroaching on her mother's whispering song, burying it note by note until she jerks forward out of the haze. Her skirts are stiff with grime, stained and wrinkled from the brief but restless sleep. The rain has stopped, but the city looks just as dirty as it did on her arrival. Back home, a good storm would wash the world clean, leave it smelling crisp and new. But it seems nothing can rinse the grime from the streets of Paris. If anything, that storm has only made things worse, the world wet and dull, puddles brown with mud and filth. And then, amid the muck, she smells something sweet. She follows the scent until she finds a market in full swing. The vendors shouting prices from tables and stalls, chickens still squawking as they're hauled off the backs of carts. Addie is famished, cannot even remember the last time she ate. Her dress doesn't fit, but it never did. She'd stolen it from a washing line 2 days outside of Paris. Tried off the one she'd worn, tired of the one she'd worn the day of her wedding. Still, it hangs no looser now, despite the days without food or drink. She supposes she does not need to eat, will not perish from hunger. But tell that to her cramping stomach and her shaking legs. She scans the busy square, thumbs the last coin in her pocket, loath to spend it. Perhaps she does not need to. With so many people in the market, it would be easy to steal what she needs. or so she thinks. But the merchants of Paris are as cunning as its thieves, and they keep twice as tight a grip on every ware. Addie learns this the hard way. It will be weeks before she learns to palm an apple, longer still to master it without the faintest tell. Today, she makes a clumsy effort, tries to swipe a seeded roll from a bread baker's cart, and is rewarded with a meaty hand vised around her wrist. Thief! She catches a glimpse of a man-at-arms weaving through the crowd, and is flooded with the fear of landing in a cell or stock. She is still flesh and bone, has not learned yet to pick locks or charm men out of charges, to free herself from shackles as easily as her face slips from their minds. So she pleads hastily, handing over to her last coin. He plucks it from her, waves the men away as the soul vanishes into his purse. Far too much for a roll, but he gives her nothing back. Payment, he says, for trying to steal. Lucky I don't take your fingers, he growls, pushing her away. And that is how Addie comes to be in Paris, with a crust of bread and a broken bird, and nothing else. She hurries from the market, slowing only when she reaches the bank of the Seine, and then, breathless, she tears into the roll, tries to make it last, but in moments it is gone. Like a drop of water down an empty well, her hunger barely touched. She thinks of Estelle. The year before, the old woman developed a ringing in her ears. It was always there, she said, day and night. And when Addie asked her how she could bear the constant noise, she shrugged. With time, she said, you can get used to anything. But Addie does not think she will ever get used to this. She stares out at the boats on the river, the cathedral rising through the curtain of mist, the glimpses of beauty that shine like gems against the dingy setting of the blocks, too far away and flat to be real. She stands there until she realizes she's waiting for someone to help, to come and fix the mess she's in. But no one is coming, no one remembers, and if she resigns herself to waiting, she will wait forever. So she walks, and as she walks, she studies Paris, makes a note of this house and that road, of bridges and carriage horses, and the gates of a garden. Glimpses, roses beyond the wall, beauty in the cracks. It will take years for her to learn the workings of the city, to memorize the clockwork of arrondissements. Step by step, chart the course of every vendor, shop, and street. To study the nuances of the neighborhoods and find the strongholds and the cracks, learn to survive and thrive in the spaces between other people's lives. Make a place for herself among them. Eventually, Addie will master Paris. She will become a flawless thief, uncatchable and quick. She will slip through fine houses like a filigreed ghost, move through salons and steal up onto rooftops at night and drink pilfered wine beneath the open sky. She will smile and laugh at every stolen victory. Eventually. But not today. Today she's simply trying to distract herself from her gnawing hunger and her stifling fear. Today, she is alone in a strange city with no money and no past and no future. Someone dumps a bucket from a second-floor window without warning, and thick brown water splashes onto the cobbles at her feet. Addie jumps back, trying to avoid the worst of the splash, only to collide with a pair of women in fine dress, who look at her as if she were a stain. Addie retreats, sinking onto a nearby step, but moments later a woman comes out and shakes a broom, accuses her of trying to steal away her customers. Go to the docks if you plan to sell your wares, she scolds. And at first, Addie doesn't know what the woman means. Her pockets are empty. She's nothing to sell. But when she says as much as But when she says as much, the woman gives her such a look and says, "You've got a body, don't you?" Her face flushes as she understands. "I'm not a whore," she says, and the woman flashes a cold smirk. "Aren't we proud?" she says as Addie rises, turns to go. "Well," the woman calls after in a crow-like manner, "that probably won't fill your belly." Addie pulls the coat tight about her shoulders and forces her legs forward down the road, feeling as if they're about to fold when she sees the open doors of a church. Not the grand, imposing towers of Notre Dame, but a small stone thing squeezed between buildings on a narrow street. She has never been religious, not like her parents. She has always felt caught between the old gods and the new. But meeting the devil in the woods has got her thinking. For every shadow there must be light. Perhaps the darkness has an equal, and Addie could balance her wish. Estelle would sneer, but one god gave her nothing but a curse, so the woman cannot fault her for seeking shelter with the other. The heavy door scrapes open, and she shuffles in, blinking the sudden dark until her eyes adjust. And she sees the panels of stained glass. Addie inhaled, struck by the quiet beauty of the space, the vaulted ceiling, the red and blue and green light painting patterns on the walls. It is a kind of art, she thinks, starting forward, when a man steps into her path. He opens his arm, but there is no welcome in the gesture. The priest is there to bar her way. He shakes his head at her arrival. "I'm sorry," he says, coaxing her like a stray bird back up the aisle. "There's no room here, we're full." And then she's back out on the steps of the church, the heavy grind of the bolt sliding home, and somewhere in Addie's mind, Estelle begins to cackle. "You see," she says in her rasping way, "only the new gods have locks." Addie never decides to go to the docks. Her feet chose for her, carry her along the Seine as the sun sinks over the river. Lead her down the steps, stolen boots thudding on the wooden planks. It's darker there, in the shadow of the ships, a landscape of crates and barrels, ropes and rocking boats. Eyes follow her, men glance over from their work, and women look on, lounging like cats in the shades. They have a sickly look about them, their collar too high, their mouths painted a violent gash of red, their dresses tattered and dirty, and still finer than Addie's own. One second. I can't type. Typing's hard. There you go. Where was I? Oh yeah. She has not decided what she means to do, even when she slips the coat from her shoulders. Even when a man comes up to her, one hand already roving as if testing fruit. "How much?" he asks in a gruff voice. And she has no idea what a body is worth or if she's willing to sell it. When she does not answer, his hands grow rough, his grip grows firm. 10 souls, she says, and the man lets out a bark of laughter. What are you, a princess? No, she answers. A virgin. There were nights back home when Addie dreamed of pleasure, when she conjoined the stranger beside her in the dark, felt his lips against her breasts, imagined her hand was his as it slipped between her legs. My love, the stranger said. My love, the stranger said, passing her down to the bed, black curls tumbling into gem-green eyes. My love, she breathed as he entered her body parting around his solid strength. He pushed deeper, and she gasped, biting her hand to keep from sighing too loud. Her mother would say that a woman's pleasure was a mortal sin, but in those moments, Addie didn't care. In those moments, there was only the longing and the want and the stranger, whispering against her skin as the tension deepened, the heat building like a storm in the bowl of her hips. And then in her mind, Adeline would pull his body down on hers, drawing him deeper and deeper until the storm broke and thunder rolled through her. But this is nothing like that. There is no... but this is nothing like that. There's no poetry to this unknown man's grunts. No melody or harmony, save the steady noise of thrusting as he pushes himself against her. No rolling pleasure, only pressure and pain. The tightness of one thing being forced inside another. And Addie looks up at the night sky, so she won't have to look at his body moving, and she feels the darkness looking back. Then they are in the woods again, and his mouth is on hers, blood doubling up on her lips as he whispers, "Done." The man finishes with a final thrust and slumps against her, leaden, and this cannot be it. This cannot be the life Addie traded everything for. This cannot be the future that erased her past. Panic grips her chest, but this stranger doesn't seem to care or even notice. He simply straightens up, tosses a handful of coins onto the cobbles at her feet. He trundles off, and Addie sinks to her knees to collect her reward, and then simply empties her stomach into the sand. When asked about her first memories of Paris, those terrible few months, she will say it was a season of grief blurred into a fog. She will say she can't remember, but of course Addie remembers. She remembers the stench of rotten food and waste, the brackish waters of the Seine, the figures on the docks, remembers moments of kindness erased by a doorway or a dawn. Remembers morning her home with its fresh bread and warm hearth, her family's quiet melody, and Estelle's strong beat. The life she had, the one she gave up for one she thought she wanted, stolen and replaced by this. And yet, she remembers too how she marveled at the city. The way the light swept through in the mornings and evenings, the grandeur carved out between the unhewn blocks. How, despite all the grime and grief and disappointment, Paris was full of surprises. Beauty glimpsed through the cracks. Addie remembers the brief respite of that first fall, the brilliant turning of leaves over footpaths, going from green to gold like a jeweler's showcase, before the short, sharp plunge into winter. Remembers the cold that gnawed at her fingers and toes before swallowing them whole. Cold and hunger. They had lean months in Beyond, of course, when the cold snap stole the last of a harvest, or a late freeze ruined new growth. But this is a new kind of hunger. It rakes at her from the inside, drags its nails along her ribs. It wears her down, and while Addie knows it cannot kill her, the knowing does nothing to dull the urgent ache, the fear. She has not lost an ounce of flesh, but her stomach twists, gnawing on itself, and just as her feet refuse to callous, so her nerves refuse to learn. There's no numbing, none of the ease that comes with a habit. This pain is always fresh, brittle, and bright. The feeling as sharp as her memory. And she remembers the worst, too. Remembers the sudden freeze, the brutal chill that stole upon the city, and the wave of sickness that blew in behind it like a late fall breeze, scattering mounds of dead and dying leaves. The sound and sight of the carts rattling past, carrying grim cargo. Addie, turning her face away, trying not to look at the bony shapes piled carelessly in the back. She pulls a stolen coat close around her as she stumbles down the road and dreams of summer heat, while the cold climbs down into her bones. She does not think she will ever be warm again. Twice more she was gone to the docks, but the cold has forced the callers in, to the warm shelters of brothels, and around her, the cold snap has turned Paris cruel. The rich board themselves up inside their homes, cling to their hearth fires, while out in the streets, the poor are whittled down by winter. There's nowhere to hide from it. Or rather, the only spots have all been claimed. That first year, Addie is too tired to fight for space, too tired to search for shelter. Another gust whips through, and Addie folds herself against it, eyes blurring. She shuffles sideways onto a narrow street just to escape the violent wind and the sudden quiet. The breezeless peace of the alley is like down, soft and warm. Her knees fold. She slumps into a corner against a set of steps and watches her fingers turn blue. Thinks she can see frost spreading over her skin, and marvels quietly, sleepily at her own transformation. Her breath fogs the air in front of her, each exhale briefly blotting out the world beyond until the gray city fades to white. To white, to white. Strange how it seems to linger now, a little more with every breath, as if she's fogging up a pane of glass. She wonders how many breaths until the world is hidden, erased like her. Perhaps it is her vision blurring. She does not care. She is tired. She is so tired. Addie cannot stay awake, and why should she try? Sleep, it's such a mercy. Perhaps she will wake again in spring, like the princess in one of her father's stories, and find herself lying in a grassy bank along the Sarthe, Estelle nudging her with a worn shoe and teasing her for dreaming again. This is death, at least for an instant. Addie thinks it must be death. The world is dark, the cold unable to hold back the reek of rot, and she cannot move. But then she remembers she cannot die. There's her stubborn pulse fighting to beat and her stubborn lungs fighting to fill, and Addie realizes her limbs aren't lifeless at all, but weighed down on every side. Heavy sacks above, below, and panic flutters through her, but her mind is still sluggish with sleep. She twists and the sacks shift a little on top of her. The dark splits and a sliver of gray light shines through. Addie writhes and wriggles until she frees one arm and then the other, drawing them in against her body. She begins to push up through the sacks, and only then does she feel bones beneath the cloth. Only then does her hand meet waxy skin. Only then do her fingers tangle in the strands of someone else's hair. And now she's awake, so awake, scrambling, tearing, desperate to get free. She claws her way up and out, hands splayed across the bony mound of a dead man's back. Nearby, milky eyes stare up at her. A jaw hangs open, and Addie stumbles out of the cart and collapses to the ground, retching, sobbing, alive. A horrible sound tears from her chest, a harsh cough, something snagged halfway between a sob and a laugh. Then, a scream, and it takes a moment for her to realize it is not coming from her own cracked lips. A ragged woman stands across the road, hands to her mouth in horror, and Addie cannot even blame her. What a shock it must be to see a corpse drag itself free from the cart. The woman crosses herself, but Addie calls out in a hoarse and broken voice, "I am not dead." But the woman only shuffles away, and Addie turns her fury on the cart. "I am not dead," she says, kicking at the wooden wheel. "Hey!" shouts a man holding the legs of a frail and twisted corpse. "Stay back!" shouts a second, gripping its shoulders. Of course they do not remember throwing her in. Addie backs away as they swing the nearest body up into the cart. It lands with a sickening thud atop the others, and her stomach churns to think she was among them, even briefly. A whip cracks, the horses shuffle forward, the wheels turn on the cobbled stones, and it is not until the cart has gone, not until Addie thrusts her trembling hands into the pockets of her stolen coat, that she realizes they are empty. The little wooden bird is gone. The last of her past life carried away with the dead. For months, she will keep reaching for the bird, hand drifting to her pocket, the way it might to a stubborn curl. Emotion born of so much habit. She cannot seem to remind her fingers it is gone. Cannot seem to remind her heart, which stutters a little every time she finds the pocket empty. But there, blooming amid the sorrow, is a terrible relief. Every moment since she left Vion, she has feared the loss of this last token. Now that it is gone, there is a guilty gladness tucked among the grief. This last, brittle thread of her old life is broken, and Addie has been set well and truly and forcibly free. Okay, now we're making a big jump from 1714 August to July 1715 in Paris. But before we do that, give me a moment. So we jump about a year. We're still in Paris, though. In Paris. Okay. Dreamer is too soft a word. It conjures thoughts of silken sleep, of lazy days in fields of tall grass, of charcoal smudges on soft parchment. Addie still holds on to dreams, but she is learning to be sharper. Less the artist's hand and more the knife, honing the pencil's edge. "Pour me a drink," she says, holding out the bottle of wine, and the man pries out the cork and fills 2 glasses from the low shelf in the rented room. He hands her one. She doesn't touch it as he throws his back in a single swallow, downs a second before abandoning the glass and reaching for her dress. "Where's the rush?" she says, guiding him back. "You've paid for the room. We have all night." She's careful not to push him away, careful to keep the pressure of her resistance coy. Some men she's found to take pleasure in disregarding the wishes of a woman. Instead, Addie lifts her own glass to his hungry mouth, tips the rust-red contents between his lips, tries to pass the gesture off as seduction instead of force. He drinks deep, then knocks the glass away. Clumsy hands paw at her front, fighting with the laces and the stays. I cannot wait to, he slurs, but the drug in the wine is already taking hold, and soon he trails off, his tongue going heavy in his mouth. He sags back onto the bed, still grasping at her dress, and a moment later his eyes roll back and he slumps sideways, lost to sleep before his head strikes the thin pillow. Addie leans over and pushes until he rolls off the bed, hitting the floor like a sack of grain. The man lets out a muted groan, but does not wake. She finishes his work, loosening the laces of her dress until she can breathe again. Paris fashion, twice as tight as country clothes and half as practical. She stretches out on the bed, grateful to have it to herself, at least for the night. She doesn't want to think about tomorrow when she is forced to start again. That is the madness of it. Every day is amber, and she is the fly trapped inside. No way to think in days or weeks when she lives in moments. Time begins to lose its meaning, and yet she has not lost track of time. She cannot seem to misplace it, no matter how she tries. And so, Addie knows what month it is, what day, what night. And so she knows it has been a year. A year since she ran from her own wedding. A year since she fled into the woods. A year since she sold her soul for this, for freedom, for time. A year and she has spent it learning the boundaries of this new life, walking the edges of her curse like a lion in its cage. She has seen lions now. They came to Paris in the spring, a part of an exhibit. They were nothing like the beasts of her imagination, so much grander and so much less. Their majesty diminished by the dimensions of their cells. Addie went a dozen times to see them, studied their mournful gazes, looking past the visitors to the gap in the tent, the single sliver of freedom. A year she spent bound within the prism of this deal, forced to suffer but not die, starve but not waste, want but not wither. Every moment pressed into her own memory, while she herself slips from the minds of others with the slightest push. Erased by a closing door, an instant out of sight, a moment of sleep, unable to leave a mark on anyone or anything. Even the man slumped on the floor. She draws the stoppered bottle of laudanum from her skirt and holds it to the meager light. 3 tries and 2 bottles of the precious medicine wasted before she realized she could not drug the drinks herself. Could not be the hand that did the harm, but mix it in the bottle of wine, raise at the cork, and let them pour their own glass. And the action is no longer hers. See, she's learning. It is a lonely education. She tips the bottle, the last of the milky substance shifting inside the glass, and wonders if it might buy her a night of dreamless sleep, a deep and drugged peace. How disappointing. At the sound of the voice, Addie nearly drops the laudanum. No, wait. The laudanum, or iodinum, okay. She twists around in the small room, scouring the dark but cannot find its source. I confess, my dear, I expected more. The voice seems to come from every shadow, then from one. It gathers in the darkest corner of the room like smoke, and then he steps forward into the circle cast by the candle of flame. Black curls tumble across his brow, shadows land in the hollows of his face, and green eyes glitter with their own internal light. And for a traitorous instant, her heart lurches at the familiar sight of her stranger before she remembers. It is only him, the darkness from the woods. A year she's lived this curse, and in that time she's called for him. She's pleaded with the night, sunk coins she could not spare into the banks of the Seine, begged for him to answer just so she could ask why. Now she throws the bottle of laudanum straight at his head. The shadow does not move to catch it, does not need to. It passes straight through, shatters against the wall behind him. He gives her a pitying smile. Hello, Adeline. Adeline, a name she thought she'd never hear again. A name that aches like a bruise even as her heart skips to hear it. You, she snarls. The barest incline of his head, the curl of his smile. You missed me? She hurtles toward him like the stoppered bottle. Throws herself against his front, half expecting to fall through and shatter as it did. But her hands meet flesh and bone, or at least the illusion of it. She pounds against his chest as it's like striking a tree, just as hard and just as pointless. He looks down at her, amused. I see you have. She tears herself away, wants to scream, to rage, to sob. You left me there. You took everything from me and you left. Do you know how many nights I begged? I heard you, he says, and there's an awful pleasure in the way he says it. Addie sneers with rage. But you never came. The darkness spreads around his arms. Spreads his arms as if to say, I'm here now. And she wants to strike him, useless as it is, wants to banish him, cast him from this room like a curse. But she must ask. She must know. Why? Why did you do this to me? His dark brows knit with false worry, mock concern. I granted your wish. I asked only for more time, for a life of freedom. I have given you both. His nails trail along the bedpost. This past year has taken no toll. A stifled sound escapes her throat, but he continues. You are whole, are you not? And uninjured. You do not age, you do not wither. And as for freedom, is there any keener liberation than what I've gifted you? A life with no one to answer to. You know, this isn't what I wanted. You did not know what you wanted, he says sharply, stepping toward her. And if you did, then you should have been more careful. You deceived, you erred, says the darkness, closing the last space between them. Don't you remember, Adeline? His voice drops by to a whisper. You were so brash, so brazen, tripping over your words as if they were roots, rambling on about all the things you did not want. He is so close to her now, one hand drifting up her arm, and she wills herself to not give him the satisfaction of retreat, not to let him play the wolf and force her into the part of sheep. But it is hard. For all that he is painted as her stranger, he is not a man. Not even human. It is only his mask, and it does not fit him. She can see the thing beneath as if it was in the woods. As it was in the woods, shapeless and boundless, monstrous and menacing. The darkness shimmers behind that green-eyed gaze. You asked for an eternity, and I said no. You begged and pleaded, and then... Do you remember what you said? When he speaks again, his voice is still his voice, but he can hear her own echoing through it. You can have my life when I'm done with it. You can have my soul when I don't want it anymore. She draws back from the words, from him, or tries to, But this time, he does not let her. The hand on her arm tightens. The other rests like a lover's touch behind her neck. Was it not in my best interest, then, to make your life unpleasant? To press you toward your inevitable surrender? You did not have to, she whispers, hating the waver in her voice. My dear Adeline, he says, hands sliding up her neck into her hair. I am in the business of souls, not mercy. His fingers tighten, forcing her head back, her gaze up to meet his own, and there is no sweetness in his face, only a kind of feral beauty. Come, he says, give me what I want, and the deal will be done. This misery ended. A soul for a single year of grief and madness. A soul for copper coins on a Paris dock. A soul for nothing more than this. And yet, it would be a lie to say she does not waver. To say that no part of her wants to give up, give in. Only for a moment. Perhaps it is that part that asks, what would become of me? Those shoulders, the ones she drew so many times, the ones she conjured into being, give only a dismissive shrug. You will be nothing, my dear, he says simply, but it is a thing, but it is a kinder nothing than this. Surrender, and I will set you free. As some part of her wavered, as some small part wanted to give in, it did not last beyond a moment. There is a defiance in being a dreamer. I decline, she growls. The shadow scowls, those green eyes darkening like cloth-soaked wet. His hands fall away. You will give in, he says. Soon enough. He does not step back. He does not turn to go. He's simply gone, swallowed by the dark. Okay. Shit, man, this book. Now, we're jumping to March 13th, 2014, back in New York. We're back with Henry. Henry Strauss has never been a morning person. He wants to be one, has dreamed of rising with the sun, sipping his first cup of coffee while the city is still waking, the whole day ahead and full of promise. He's tired to be a morning. He's tried to be a morning person, and on the rare occasion he's managed to get up before dawn, it was a thrill to watch the day begin, to feel, at least for a little while, like he was ahead instead of behind. But then, a night would go long, and the day would start late, and now he feels like there's no time at all, like he's always late for something. Today, it is breakfast with his younger sister Muriel. Henry hurries down the block, his head still ringing faintly from the night before, and he would have cancelled, should have cancelled. But he's cancelled 3 times in the last month alone, and he doesn't want to be a shitty brother. She just wants to be a good sister, and that's nice. It's new. He's never been to this place before. It's not one of his local haunts. Though the truth is, Henry's running out of coffee shops in his vicinity. Vanessa ruined the first, Milo the second. The espresso at the third tasted like charcoal, so he let Muriel pick one, and she chose a quaint little hole in the wall called Sunflower that apparently doesn't have a sign or an address or any way to find it except by some hipster radar that Henry obviously lacks. At last, he spots a single sunflower stenciled on a wall across the street. He jogs to make the light, bumping into a guy on the corner, mumbles apologies, even as the other man says it's fine, it's totally fine. When Henry finally meets the entrance, the hostess is halfway through telling him there's no space, but then she looks up from the podium and smiles and says she'll make it work. Henry looks around for Muriel, but she's always considered time a flexible concept, so even though he's late, she's definitely later. And he's secretly glad for once, because it gives him a moment to breathe, to smooth his hair, and wrest himself free from the scarf that's trying to strangle him. Even order a coffee. He tries to make himself look presentable, even if it doesn't matter what he does. It won't change what she sees. But it still matters. It has to. 5 minutes later, Muriel sweeps in. She is, as usual, a tornado of dark curls and unshakable confidence. Muriel Strauss, who at 24 only ever talks about the world in terms of conceptual authenticity and creative truth, who has been darling of the New York art scene since her first semester at Tisch, where she quickly realized she was better at critiquing art than creating it. Henry loves his sister, he does, but Muriel's always been like strong perfume. Better in small doses, and at a distance. Henry, she shouts, shedding her coat and dropping into the seat with a dramatic flourish. You look great, she says, which isn't true, but he simply says, you too, Mur. She beams and orders a flat white, and Henry braces for an awkward silence because the truth is, he has no idea how to talk to her. But if Muriel's good at anything, it's holding up a conversation. So he drinks his black coffee and settles in while she rolls through the latest pop-up gallery drama. Then her schedule for Passover, raves about an experimental art festival on the High Line, even though it isn't open yet. It isn't until after she finishes a rant on a piece of street art that was definitely not a pile of trash. But in fact, a commentary on capitalist waste, to the echo of Henry's mm-hms and nods, that Muriel brings up their older brother. He's been asking about you. The thing is, this is a thing Muriel has never said. Not about David, never to Henry. So he cannot help himself. Why? His sister rolls her eyes. I imagine it's because he cares. Henry nearly chokes on his drink. David Strauss cares about a lot of things. He cares about his status as the youngest head surgeon at Sinai. He cares, presumably, about his patients. He cares about making time for Midrash, even if it means he has to do it in the middle of a Wednesday night. He cares about his parents and how proud they are of what he's done. David Strauss does not care about his younger brother except for the myriad ways in which he's ruining the family reputation. Henry looks down at his watch, even though it doesn't tell the time, or any time, for that matter. Sorry, sis, he says, scraping back his chair. I've got to open the store. She cuts herself off, something she never used to do, and rises from the chair to wrap her arms around his waist, squeezing him tight. Just like an apology, like affection, like love. Muriel is a good 5 inches shorter than Henry, enough that he could rest his chin on her head, if they were that kind of close, which they're not. Don't be a stranger, she says, and Henry promises he won't. When are they gonna meet again? Please. They only had a very short meeting. I want them to meet again. Henry and Addie. But now we're jumping to Addie. Same day, March 13th, 2014. New York City. Addie wakes to someone touching her cheek. The gesture is so gentle. At first, she thinks she must be dreaming, but then she opens her eyes and sees the fairy lights on the roof. Sees Sam crouched beside the lawn chair, a worried crease above her forehead, across her forehead. Her hair has been set free, a mane of wild blonde curls around her face. "Hey, Sleeping Beauty," she says, tucking a cigarette back into its box, unlit. Addie shivers and sits up, pulling the jacket tight around her. It's a cold, cloudy morning, the sky a stretch of sunless white. She didn't mean to sleep this long, this late. Not that she has anywhere to be, but it certainly seemed like a better idea last night when she could feel her fingers. The Odyssey has fallen off her lap and lies face down on the ground, the cover slick with morning dew. She reaches to pick it up, does her best to dust the jacket off, smooth the pages where they got bent or smudged. "It's freezing out here," says Sam, pulling Addie to her feet. "Come on." Sam always talks like that. Statements in place of questions, imperatives that sound like invitations. She pulls Addie toward the rooftop door, and Addie is too cold to protest. Simply trailed Sam down the stairs to her apartment, pretending she doesn't know the way. The door swings open onto madness. The hall, the bedroom, the kitchen are all stuffed full of art and artifacts. Only the living room, at the back of the apartment, is spacious and bare. No sofa or tables there, nothing but two large windows, an easel, and a stool. "This is where I do my living," she said, when she first brought Addie home. And Addie answered, "I can tell." She's crammed everything she owns into 3/4 of the space, just to preserve the space and quiet of the fourth. Her friend offered her a studio space at an insane deal, but it felt cold. She said she needs warmth to paint. "Sorry," says Sam, stepping onto around a canvas over a box. "It's a bit cluttered right now." Addie has never seen it any other way. She would love to see what Sam is working on, what put the white paint under her nails, and what led to the smudge of pink just below her jaw. But instead, Addie forces herself to follow the girl around and over and through the mess into the kitchen. Sam snaps on the coffee maker, and Addie's eyes slide over the space, marking the changes. A new purple vase, a stack of half-read books, a postcard from Italy, the collection of mugs, some sprouting clean brushes, and always growing. You paint, she says, nodding at the stack of canvases leaning against the stove. "I do," says Sam, a smile breaking over her face. "Abstracts mostly. Nonsense art. My friend Jake calls it. But it's not really nonsense. It's just other people paint what they see. I paint what I feel. Maybe it's confusing, swapping one sense for another, but there's beauty in the transmutation." Sam pours 2 cups of coffee, one mug green, as shallow and wide as a bowl, the other tall and blue. "Cats or dogs?" she asks, instead of green or blue. Even though there are no dogs or cats on either of them, and Addie says, "Cats." And Sam hands her the tall blue cup without any explanation. Their fingers brush, and they are standing closer than she realized, close enough for Addie to see the streaks of silver and the blue of Sam's eyes, close enough for Sam to count the freckles on her face. "You have stars," she says. Deja vu, thinks Addie, again. She wills herself to pull away, to leave, to spare herself the insanity of repetition and reflection, and instead, Addie wraps her hands around the cup and takes a long sip. The first note is strong and bitter, but the second is rich and sweet. She sighs with pleasure, and Sam flashes her a brilliant grin. Good, right? She says. The secret is cacao nibs, thinks Addie. Cacao nibs, said Sam, taking a long sip from her cup, which Addie is convinced now is really a bowl. She drapes herself over the counter, head bowed over the coffee as if it were an offering. You look like a wilted flower, teases Addie. Sam winks and lifts her cup. Water me and watch me bloom. Addie has never seen Sam like this in the morning. Of course, she's woken up beside her, but those days were tinged with apologies, unease, the aftermath of the absence of memory. It is never fun to linger in those moments. Now, though, this is new, a memory made for the first time. Sam shakes her head. Sorry, I never asked your name. This is one of those things she loves about Sam. One of the first things she's ever noticed. Sam lives and loves with such an open heart, shares the kind of warmth most reserve only for the closest people in their lives. Reasons come second to needs. She took her in. She warmed her up before she thought to ask her name. Madeline, says Addie, because it is the closest she can get. Says Sam. My favorite kind of cookie. I'm Sam. Hello, Sam, she says, as if tasting the name for the first time. So, says the other girl, as if the question only just occurred to her. What were you doing up there on the roof? Oh, says Addie with a small, self-deprecating laugh. I didn't mean to fall asleep there. I don't even remember sitting down on the lawn chair. I must have been more tired than I thought. I just moved in, second floor, and I don't think I'm used to all the noise. I couldn't sleep, finally gave up and went up there to get some fresh air and watch the sun rise over the city. The lie rolls out so easily, the way paved with practice. We're neighbors, says Sam. You know, she adds, setting her empty cup down, I'd love to paint you sometime. And Addie fights the urge to say, you already have. I mean, it wouldn't look like you, Sam rambles on, heading into the hall. Addie follows, watches her stop and run her fingers over a stack of canvases, turning through them as if they were records in a vinyl shop. I've got this whole series I'm working on, she says, of people as skies. A dull pang echoes through Addie's chest, and it's 6 months ago, and they are lying in bed, Sam's fingers tracing the freckles on her cheeks, her touch as light and steady as a brush. You know, she said, they say people are like snowflakes, each one unique, but I think they're more like skies. Some are cloudy, some are stormy, some are clear, but no two are ever quite the same. And what kind of sky am I? Addie had asked then, and Sam had stared at her, unblinking, and then brightened. And it was the kind of brightening she had seen with 100 artists, 100 times the glow of inspiration, as if someone switched on a light beneath their skin. And Sam, suddenly animated, wound to life, sprang from the bed, taking Addie with her into the living room. An hour of sitting on the hardwood floor, wrapped only in a blanket, listening to the murmur and scrape of Sam mixing paint, the hiss of the brush on the canvas. And then it was done. And when Addie came around to look at it, what she saw was the night sky. Not the night sky as anyone else would have painted it. Bold streaks of charcoal and black and thin slashes of middle gray, the paint so thick it rose up from the canvas. It flecked across the surface, a handful of silver dots. It looked almost accidental, like a splatter from a brush. But there were exactly 7 of them, small and distant and wide apart as stars. Sam's voice draws her back to the kitchen. I wish I could show you my favorite piece, she says now. It was the first in the series. One Forgotten Night. I sold it to this collector on the Lower East Side. It was my first major sale. Paid my rent for 3 months. Got me into a gallery. Still, it's hard letting go of the art. I know I have to. That whole starving artist thing is overrated, but I miss it every day. Her voice dipped softer. The crazy thing is, every one of the pieces in that series is modeled after someone. Friends, people here in the building, strangers I found on the street. I remember all of them. But I can't for the life of me remember who she was. Addie swallows. You think I was a girl? Yeah, I do. It just had this energy. Maybe you dreamed her. Maybe, says Sam. I've never been good at remembering dreams, but you know... She trails off, staring at Addie the way she did the night in bed, beginning to glow. You remind me of that piece. She puts a hand over her face. God, that sounds like the worst pickup line in the world. I'm sorry, I'm going to take a shower. I should get going, says Addie. Thanks for the coffee. Sam bites her lip. Do you have to? No, she doesn't. Addie knows she could follow Sam right into the shower, wrap herself into a towel, and sit on the living room floor and see what kind of painting Sam would make of her today. She could. She could fall into this moment forever, but she knows there's no future in it, only an infinite number of presents. And she has lived as many of those with Sam as she can bear. Sorry, she says, her chest aching, but Sam only shrugs. We'll see each other again, she says with so much faith. After all, we're neighbors now. Addie manages a pale shadow of a smile. That's right. Sam walks her to the door, and with every step, Addie resists the urge to look back. Don't be a stranger, says Sam. I won't. Promises Addie. As the door swings shut, she sighs, leaning back against it. Listen to Sam's footsteps retreating down the cluttered hall before she forces herself up and forward and away. Outside, the white marble sky has cracked, letting through thin bands of blue. The cold has burned off, and Addie finds a cafe with sidewalk seating, busy enough that the waiter only has time to make a pass on the outside tables every 10 minutes or so. She counts the beats like a prisoner marking the pace of guards, orders a coffee. It isn't as good as Sam's, all bitter, no sweet, but it's warm enough to keep the chill at bay. She puts up the collar of her leather coat and opens the Odyssey again and tries to read. Here, Odysseus thinks he is heading home to finally be reunited with Penelope after the horrors of war. But she has to read the story enough time. She has read the stories enough times to know how far the journey is from done. She skims, translating from Greek to modern English. I fear the sharp frost and the soaking dew together. I fear the sharp frost and the soaking dew together will do me in. I'm bone weary, about to breathe my last, and a cold wind blows from a river on toward morning. The waiter ducks back outside, and she glances up from the book, watches him frown a little at the sight of the drink already ordered and delivered, the gap in his memory, where a customer should be. But she looks like she belongs, and that's half the battle, really. And a moment later, he turns his attention to the couple in the doorway, waiting for a seat. She returns to her book, but it's no use. She's not in the mood for old men lost at sea, for parables of lonely lives. She wants to be stolen away, wants to forget. A fantasy, perhaps a romance. A fantasy, or perhaps a romance. The coffee is cold now anyway, and Addie stands up, book in hand, and sets off for the last word to find something new. Oh shit! She goes back to the bookstore where Henry works. They're gonna meet again because he's opening the shop. Oh my god! Yeah. Man, this book is amazing. Oh, my neck. Oh, that just cracked. Oh. All right. We're making another jump again. We're back in Paris, 1716, July 29th. So we're 2 years now into Addie being cursed. She stands in the shade of a silk merchant. Across the way, the tailor's shop bustles, the pace of business brisk even as the day wears on. Sweat drips down her neck as she unties and reties the bonnet, salvaged from a gust of wind, hoping the cloth cap will be enough to pass her off as a lady's maid. To grant her the kind of invisibility reserved for help. If he thinks her a maid, Bertine will not look too close. If he thinks her a maid, he might not notice Addie's dress, which is simple but fine, slipped from a tailor's model a week before in a similar shop across the Seine. It was a pretty thing at first until she snagged the skirts on an errant nail, and someone cast a bucket of soot too near her feet, and red wine somehow got onto one of the sleeves. She wishes her clothes were as resistant to change as she appears to be, especially because she only has that one dress. There's no point collecting a wardrobe or anything else when you've nowhere to put it. She will try in later years to gather trinkets, hide them away like a magpie with its nest. Something will always conspire to steal them back, like the wooden birds lost among the bodies in the cart. She cannot seem to hold on too much of anything for long. At last, the final customer steps out. A valet, one beribboned box beneath each arm, and before anyone else can beat her to the door, Addie darts across the street and steps inside the tailor's shop. It's a narrow space, a table piled high with rolls of fabric, a pair of dress forms modeling the latest fashions. The kind of gowns that take at least 4 hands to get on, and just as many to take off. All bolstered hips and ruffled sleeves and bosoms singed tight to breathe. These days, the fine society of Paris is wrapped like parcels clearly not meant to be opened. A small bell on the door announces her arrival, and the tailor, Monsieur Bertin, looks up at her through brows as thick as brambles, makes a sour face. "I'm closing," he says curtly. Addie ducks her head, the picture of distraction. "I am here on behalf of Madame Lautrec." Lautrec? It is a name plucked from the breeze, overheard on a handful of her walks, but it is the right answer. The tailor straightens, suddenly keen. "For the Lautrecs, anything." He takes up a small pad, a charcoal pencil, and Addie's own fingers twitch. A moment of grief, a longing to draw as she so often did. "It is strange, though," he said, shaking the stiffness from his hands, "that she would send a lady's maid in place of her valet." He's ill. Addie answers swiftly. She's learning to lie, to bend with the current of the conversation, follow its course. So she sent her lady's maid instead. Madame wishes to throw a dance and in need of a new dress. But of course, he says, you have her measurements. I do. He stares, waiting for her to produce a slip of paper. No, she explains. I have her measurements. They are the same as mine. That's why she sent me. She thinks it's a rather clever lie, but the tailor only frowns and turns toward a curtain at the back of the shop. I will get my tape. She catches a brief glimpse of the room beyond, a dozen dress forms, a mountain of silks before the curtain falls again. But as Bertine slips away, so does she, vanishing between the dress forms and the rolls of muslin and cotton propped against the wall. It is not her first visit to the shop, and she has learned well its crevices and crooks. All the corners large enough to hide in. Addie falls into one such space, and by the time Bertine returns to the front of the shop, the tape in one hand, he has forgotten all about Madame Lautrec and her peculiar maid. It is stuffy among the rolls of cloth, and she's grateful when she hears the rattle of the bell, the shuffling sound of Bertine closing up his shop. Berton. He will go upstairs to the room he keeps above, will have some soup and soak his aching hands, and go to bed before it is full night. She waits, letting the quiet settle around her. Waits until she can hear the groan of his steps overhead. And then, she is free to wander and peruse. A weak gray light seeps through the window as she crosses the shop, pulls aside the heavy curtain and steps through. The fading light slides in through a single window, just enough to see by. Along the black wall there are cloaks, half finished, and she makes a mental note to return when summer gives way to fall and the cold sweeps through. But her focus falls on the center of the room, where a dozen dress forms stand like dancers taking up their marks, their narrow waist wrapped in shades of green and gray. A navy gown piped white, another pale blue with yellow trim. Addie smiles and casts the bonnet off into a table, shaking loose her hair. She runs her hand over skeins and patterned silk and richly dyed cotton, savoring the textures of linen and twill. Touches the boning of the corsets, the bustles at the hips, imagining herself in each. She passes the muslin and wool, simple and sturdy, lingers instead on worsted pleats and layered satin. Finer than anything she saw back home. Home is a hard word to let go of, even now, when there's nothing left to bind her to it. She plucks at the strays of a bodice, the blue of summer, and stops, breath held, when she catches movement out of the corner of her eye. But it is only a mirror, leaning against a wall. She turns, studies herself in the silvered surface, as if there were a portrait of someone else, though the truth is, she looks entirely herself. The last 2 years have felt like 10, and yet they do not show. She would have long been whittled down to skin and bone, hard and hewn, but her face is just as full as it was the summer she left home. Her skin, unlined by time and trial, untouched in any way, save for the familiar freckles on the smooth palette of her cheeks. Only her eyes marked the change, an edge of shadow threaded through the brown and gold. Addie blinks, forces her gaze away from herself and her dresses. Across the room, a trio of dark shapes. Men's forms, in trousers and waistcoats and jackets. In the low light, their headless forms seem alive, leaning into one another as they study her. She considers the cut of their clothes, the absence of bone stays or bustled skirts, and thinks, not for the first time, and certainly not for the last, how much simpler it would be to be a man, how easily they move through the world, and at such little cost. And then, she is reaching for the nearest form, sliding off its coat, unfastening the buttons down its front. There's a strange intimacy to the undressing, and she enjoys it all the more for the fact that the man beneath her fingers is not real and therefore cannot grope or paw or push. She frees herself from the laces of her own dress. She finds her way into the trousers, fastening them below her knee. She pulls on the tunic and buttons the waistcoat, shrugs the striped coat over her shoulders, fastens the lace cravat at her throat. She feels safe in the armor of their fashion, but when she turns to the mirror, her spirits sink. Her chest is too full, her waist too narrow, her hips flaring to fill the trousers in the wrong places. The jacket helps a little, but nothing can disguise her face. The bow of her lips, the line of her cheek, the smoothness of her brow, all too soft and round to pass for anything but female. She takes up a pair of shears, tries to trim the loose coil of her hair to her shoulders, but seconds later, it is back. The locks on the floor swept away by some invisible hand. No mark made, even on herself. She finds a pin and fastens the light brown waves back in the style she has seen men wear. Plucks a tricone hat from one of the forms and rests it above her brow. At a distance, perhaps at a passing glance, perhaps at night, perhaps when the darkness is thick enough to smudge the details, but even by lamplight, the illusion does not hold. The men in Paris are soft, even pretty, but they're still men. She sighs and casts off the disguise and passes the next hour trying to dress her dread, trying on dress after dress, already longing for the freedom of those trousers, the stayless comfort of that tunic, but the dresses are fine and lush. Her favorite among them is a lovely green and white, but it isn't finished yet. The collar and hem lay open, waiting for lace. She'll have to check back in a week or two, hope that she catches the dress before it's gone, wrapped in paper and sent on to the home of some baroness. In the end, Addie chooses a dark sapphire dress, its edges trimmed in gray. It reminds her of a storm at night, the clouds blotting out the sky. The silk kisses her skin, the fabric crisp and new and utterly unblemished. It is too fine for her needs, a dress for banquets, for balls, but she does not care. And if it draws strange looks, what of it? They will forget before they have the chance to gossip. Addie leaves her own dress draped around the naked form, does not bother with the bonnet lifted from a line of clothes that morning. She slips back through the curtain and across the shop, skirts rustling around her. Finds the spare key Bertin keeps in the table's top drawer, and unlocks the door, careful to still the bell with her fingers. She pulls the door shut behind her, crouching to slip the iron key back through the gap beneath the door, then rises and turns, only to collide with a man standing on the street. It is no wonder she didn't see him, dressed in black. From his shoes to his collar, he blends right into the dark. She's already murmuring apologies, already backing away when her gaze lifts and she sees the line of his jaw, the raven curls, the eyes, so green despite the lack of light. He smiles down at her. That name, it strikes like flint on his tongue, sparks an answering light before her ribs. His gaze drifts over her new dress.
You're looking well.
I look the same.
The price of immortality as you wanted.
This time she does not rise to take the bait, does not scream or swear or point out all the ways he's damned her. But he must see the struggle on her face because he laughs, soft and airy like a breeze.
Come,
says the shadow, offering his arm.
I will walk you.
He does not say that he will walk her home, and if it were midday, she would scorn the offer just to spite him. Of course, if it were midday, the darkness would not be here. But it is late, and only one kind of woman walks alone at night. Addie has learned that women, at least women of a certain class, never venture forth alone, even during the day. They are kept inside like potted plants, tucked behind the curtains of their homes. And when they go out, they go in groups, safe within the cages of each other's company, and always in the light of day. To walk alone in the morning is a scandal. To walk alone at night, that is something else. Addie knows. She has felt their looks, their judgment from every side. The women scorn from their windows. The men try to buy her on the streets. And the devout, they try to save her soul, as if she hasn't sold it. She has said yes to the church more than one occasion. But only for the shelter, never the salvation.
Well,
asks the shadow, holding out his arm. Perhaps she's lonelier than she would say. Perhaps an enemy's company is still better than none. Addie does not take his arm, but she does start walking. And she does not need to look to know that she has fallen and stepped beside her. That he has fallen and stepped beside her. His shoes echo softly on the cobblestones. A faint breeze presses like a palm against her back. They walk in silence until she cannot bear it. Until her resolve slips and she looks over and sees him. Head tipped slightly back, dark lashes brushing fair cheeks as he breathes in the night. Fatigued though it is. A faint smile on those lips, as if he's perfectly at ease. His very image mocks her, even as his edges blur, dark into dark, smoke on a shadow. A reminder of what he is and what he isn't. Her silence cracks, the words spill out. You can take any shape you please, isn't that right? His head tips down.
it is.
Then change, she says. I cannot bear to look at you. A rueful smile.
I rather like this form. I think you do as well.
I did once, she says. But you have ruined it for me. It is an opening. She sees too late, a crack in her own armor. Now, he will never change. Addie stops on a narrow winding street before a house, if it can be called that. A slumping wooden structure like a pile of kindling, deserted, abandoned, but not empty. When he is gone, she will climb through the gap in the boards, trying not to ruin the hem of her new skirts. We'll cross the uneven floor and go up the set of broken stairs to the attic and hope that no one else has found it first. She will climb out her storm cloud dress and fold it carefully within a piece of tissue paper, and then she will lie down on a pallet of burlap and board and stare up through the split planks of the ceiling 2 feet over her head and hope it does not rain, while the lost souls creep through the body of the house below. Tomorrow, the little room will be taken, and in a month, the building will burn down. But there's no sense worrying about the future now. The darkness shifts like a curtain at her back.
How long will you carry on?
he muses.
What is the point of dragging yourself through another day when there is no reprieve?
Questions she's asked herself in the dead of night, moments of weakness when winter sank its teeth into her skin, or hunger clawed against her bones. When a space was taken, a day's work undone, a night's peace lost. She could not bear the thought of rising to do it all again. And yet, hearing the words parroted back like this, in his voice instead of hers, they lose a measure of their venom.
Don't you see?
He says, green eyes sharp as broken glass.
There's no end besides the one eye off. All you have to do is yield.
Saw an elephant, says Addie, and the words are like cold water on coals. The darkness still beside her, and she continues, gaze fixed on the ramshackle house and the broken roof and the sky above. Two, in fact. They were in the palace grounds as part of some display. I didn't know animals could be so large. And there was a fiddler in the square there was a fiddler on the square the other day. She presses on, her voice steady, and his music made me cry. It was the prettiest song I'd ever heard. I had champagne, drank it straight from the bottle, and watched the sun set over the Seine while the bells rang out from Notre Dame. And none of it would have happened back in Villon. She turns to look at him. It has only been 2 years, she says. Think of all the time I have and all the things I'll see. Addie grins as a shadow then. A small, feral smile, all teeth, feasting on the way the humor falls from his face. It is a small victory, and yet so sweet, to see him falter, even for an instant. And then, suddenly, he's too close, the air between them snuffed like a candle. One second. Oh, wait. He smells of summer nights, of earth and moss and tall grass waving beneath stars, and of something darker, of blood on rocks and wolves loose in the woods. He leans in until his cheek brushes against hers. When he speaks again, the words are little more than whispers over skin.
You think it will be easier?
He says.
It will not. You are as good as gone, and every year you live, it will feel a lifetime, and in every lifetime, you will be forgotten. Your pain is meaningless. Your life is meaningless. The years will be like weights around your ankles, and they will crush you bit by bit. And when you cannot stand it, you will beg me to put you from your misery.
Addie pulls back to face the darkness, but he is already gone. She stands alone in the narrow road, inhales a low, unsteady breath, forces it out again, and then straightens and smooths her skirts and makes her way into the broken house that, tonight at least, is home. I think we're gonna take another little break here real quick for a bit. For like 5 minutes. I gotta stretch and rest my eyes for a bit, but oh my god! This book. God, this book is so good. Oh my god, wait. Crumble, thank you for the raid. Hey Tubbs. How was your stream? How was your stream, Crumble? Just taking a little break right now from reading the book. God, my throat hurt trying to do that voice there in the end again. I'm not a mod here. Imagine being a mod. Damn, Tubbs, not even doing your job. Not even shouting people out.
What? I hit that? The fuck?
The reading's been going well. I am absolutely engrossed into this book. It is so fun. The streamer sucks. I am thoroughly engrossed into this book. I feel like I chose the wrong voice for the main, like, for the darkness, because, like, oh my god, my throat. But we're like at, damn, we read like almost 70 pages today. Holy fuck, we're going at it. Did this answer? What question did Star have? That's I'm a mod here, there, and everywhere. Wait, quick, let me unmod you. But right now we're just gonna take a little break here because we've been reading for a good while. Need to rest my eyes and my voice a little bit. But oh my god. No. Exactly. The book is sad, but it's really good. This author, so far, being the 4th book I'm reading from them, have not disappointed yet. What book is it? It's called The Invisible Life of Addie Larue. And it's about a girl, or about a woman that made a deal to sell her soul to basically live on forever, but have no impact on her life whatsoever. So like anything she does, nobody will remember. As soon as she leaves the person's sight, they don't remember her. She's a stranger to them again. And whatever she does, in any way, like, I don't know, stabbing someone, or what she actually did in one part, or, you know, like dropping something and breaking something, that will always be undone. She has no influence on this world whatsoever. She's just existing. But oh my god, I have a worse story. Tubbs can't even remember what he did 1 second ago. I had to swift with Crumble out there. Do you know how bad that is? I've played with Crumble before. It's not that bad. What are you talking about? Traumatizing. I mean, nobody's forcing you, Star. It was $5. And a hug. I'll take the hug. Alright, I'll be back in just a second. I'm just gonna bring my tea mug away. Alright, I'm back. I mean, Germans also love tea. There's a lot of Germans that also drink tea. Why are you guys counting? What's going on here? You said a second. Well, I mean, I'm already back, so. Germans that just don't put milk in their black tea. Exactly. I just put some honey in there. I just had a green tea with orange ginger flavor and a little bit of honey. It was really nice. What the hell is going on, guys? Oh my god. Would you believe Crumble's turning 75 soon? Damn. Crumble, you old. Old as fuck. Indeed. What the fuck? Microwave just blew. What the? Wait, what the fuck are you doing? What are you doing, Crumble? Guessing microwave blew up. Hey, I don't know. Oh god. I gotta grab some water real quick. Oh god, I'm back. It's smoke. What are you doing, Crumble? What the fuck? We don't question him no more. He's out of date chicken. Oh my god. Put some sausage rolls in and it's smoking. The entire. What the fuck? One second. Mm. Mm-mm. Dumps the whole thing with milk. Oh god. How is it to uh mm-mm-mm. Where's it could be teaching? True, true. All right. Now we have ads. Okay. We're gonna wait until the ads are over. And then we're gonna continue with the book. Okay. That's finished, right? Okay, because on my end it still says ad break is in progress for another 30 seconds. I have a timer up here. So good. Nope, okay. Weird. Yeah, they get different amounts of ads, but the time should be around the same. No matter the amount, then they just get more shorter ads than fewer longer ones. Usually. I think I set my time to... I don't even remember what I set my time to right now. I have it on the minimum that basically removes any kind of pre-roll ads. So it's 2 minutes every 40 minutes. Try to keep it as minimal as possible. I have it now set to the, because if you have the automatic stuff, like the schedule going on, you cannot fully disable pre-roll ads unless you run at least 3 minutes an hour, which the minimum you can do, or like what I want to do, what I found like is a pretty good medium now, is 2 minutes every 40 minutes. And that will should completely disable pre-roll ads. At least that's what it says here. But sometimes I feel like there's still pre-rolls. Personally, I blame people. Okay, let's continue with the book for a little bit longer, because I don't think my voice can take doing that darkness voice too much longer, and then we're gonna probably switch to a different to a game. We're gonna game something. Not sure what we're gonna be gaming just yet, but we're gonna be gaming something. How long is this next part? I heard DBD. Nah, you heard wrong. Might want to fix your ears. Maybe you're getting old as well. Come back to DBD. What's the benefit of coming back? Is there anything for me to really come back to? Sandbag crumble. I mean, I always sandbag anyone, so. Oh my god, I can't type. All right. Okay, we're jumping back in. Oh, we're jumping in time again. Okay, we're back in New York, March 13th, 2014. The bookshop is busier today. A kid plays hide and seek with his imaginary friend while his father turns through military history. A college student crouches, scanning the different editions of Blake, and the boy she met yesterday stands behind the counter. She studies him, the habit like thumbing through a book. His black hair tumbles into his eyes, unruly, untamable. He pushes it back, but in seconds, it has fallen forward again, making him look younger than he is. He has the kind of face, she thinks, that can't keep secrets well. There's a short queue, so Addie hangs back between poetry and memoir. She wraps her nails along a shelf, and a few moments later, an orange head pokes itself out from the dark above the spines. Oh yeah, by the way, in this bookstore, they have a cat, and it's called Book. She pets Book absently and waits for the queue to thin from 3 to 2 to 1. The boy, Henry, notices her, lingering nearby, and something crosses his face. Too fast for even her to read, before his attention flicks back to the woman at the counter. "Yes, Miss Klein," he's saying. No, that's fine. And if it's not what he wants, just bring it back. The woman toddles off, clutching her store bag, and Addie steps up. Hi there, she says brightly. Hello, Henry says, an edge of caution in his voice. Can I help you? I hope so, she says, all practice charm. She sets the Odyssey on the counter between them. My friend bought me this book, but I already have it. I was hoping I could exchange it for something else. He studies her. A dark brow lifts behind his glasses. Are you serious? I know, she says with a laugh. Hard to believe I already owned this one in Greek, but... He rocks back his head. He rocks back on his heels. You are serious. Addie falters, thrown off by the edge in his voice. I just thought it was worth asking. This isn't a library, he chides. You can't just trade one book for another. Addie straightens. Obviously, she says a little indignant. But like I said, I didn't buy it. My friend did, and I just heard you tell Miss Klein that... His face hardens. The flat regard of the door slammed shut. Word of advice. Next time you try to return a book, don't return it to the same person you stole it from the first time. He remembers her! A rock drops inside her chest. What? He shakes his head. You were just in here yesterday. I remember you. 3 words large enough to tip the world. I remember you. Addie lurches as if struck. About to fall. He wasn't streaming? I actually was streaming yesterday, Tubbs. I was playing Nier and Genshin, so shut the fuck up. Addie lurches as if struck, about to fall. She tries to right herself. No, you don't, she says firmly. His green eyes narrow. Yes, I do. You came in here yesterday. Green sweater, black jeans. You stole this used copy of the Odyssey, which I gave back to you, because who steals a used copy of the Odyssey in Greek anyways? And then you have the nerve to come back in here and try to trade it out for something else, when you didn't even buy the first one. Oh my god! Wait, Fucking hell. Okay. Sticky pages. No, I'm just blown away right now. I kind of figured that he's probably going to be one that remembers, but you have to consider nobody ever remembers her, and she's been living for 300 years. He's the first person to remember her. Addie closes her eyes, vision swimming. She doesn't understand. She can't. Now look, he says. I think you better go. She opens her eyes and sees him pointing to the door. Her feet won't move. They refuse to carry her away from those 3 words. I remember you. 300 years. 300 years. And no one has said those words. No one has ever remembered. She wants to grab him by the sleeve, wants to pull him forward, wants to know why, how, what is so special about a boy in a bookstore. But the man with the military history is waiting to pay, the kid clinging to his leg, and the boy with the glasses is glaring at her. And this is all wrong. She grips the counter, feels like she might faint. His eyes soften, just a fraction. Please, he says under his breath. Just go. She tries, but she can't. Addie gets as far as the open door, the 4 short steps from the shop to the street, before something in her gives. She slumps onto the lip at the top of the stairs, puts her head in her hands. Feels like she might cry or laugh, but instead, she stares back through the beveled glass insert of the shop door. She watches the boy every time he comes into the frame. She cannot tear her eyes away. I remember you. What are you doing? She blinks and sees him standing in an open doorway, arms crossed. The sun has shifted lower in the sky, the light going thin. Waiting for you, he says, cringing as soon as she says it. I wanted to apologize, she continues, for the whole book thing. It's fine, he says curtly. No, it's not, she says, rising to her feet. Let me buy you a coffee. You don't have to do that. I insist, as an apology. I'm working. Please. And it must be something in the way she says it. The sheer mix of hope and need. The obvious fact it means more than a book, more than a story. It makes the boy look in her eyes. Makes her realize that he hadn't really, not until now. There's something strange searching in his gaze. But whatever he sees when he looks at her, it changes his mind. 1 coffee, he says. And you're still banned from the shop. Addie feels the air rush back into her lungs. Deal. Ah! This book is getting so good. Okay, it was still March 13th, 2014, New York. Addie lingers on the bookstore steps for an hour until it closes. Henry locks up, turns to see her sitting there, and Addie braces again for the blankness in his gaze. The confirmation that their earlier encounter was only some strange glitch, a slipped stitch in the centuries of her curse. But he looks at her. He knows her. She is certain he knows her. His brow goes up beneath his tangled curls, as if he's surprised that she's still there. But his annoyance has given way to something else. Something that confuses her even more. Yo, Demon, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. It's less hostile than suspicion, more guarded than relief. And it is still wonderful because of the knowing in it. Not a first meeting, but a second, or rather a third. And for once, she is not the only one who knows. Wait. Well, he says, holding out his hand, not for her to take, but for her to lead the way. And she does. They walk a few blocks in awkward silence. Addie stealing glances that tell her nothing but the line of his nose, the angle of his jaw. He has a starved look, wolfish and lean. And then, though he's not unnaturally tall, he hunches his shoulders as if to make himself shorter, smaller, less obtrusive. Perhaps in the night, in the right clothes, perhaps with the right air, perhaps, But the longer she looks at him, the weaker the resemblance to that other stranger. And yet, there's something about him that keeps catching her attention, snagging it the way a nail snags a sweater. Twice, he catches her looking at him and frowns. Once, she catches him stealing his own glance and smiles. At the coffee shop, she tells him to grab a table while she buys the drinks. And he hesitates, as if torn between the urge to pay and the fear of being poisoned, before retreating to a corner booth. And she orders him a latte. $3.80, says the girl behind the counter. Addie cringes at the cost. She pulls a few bills from her pocket, the last of what she took from James St. Clair. She doesn't have the cash for 2 drinks. But she can't just walk out with them, because there's a boy waiting. And he remembers. Addie glances toward the table, where he sits, arms folded, staring out the window. Eve, calls the barista. Eve! Addie startles, realizing that means her. So, says the boy when she sits down. Eve? No, she thinks. Yeah, she says. And you're? Henry, she thinks just before he says it. Henry. Fits him like a coat. Henry. Soft, poetic. Henry. Quiet, strong. The black curls, the pale eyes behind their heavy frames. She has known a dozen Henrys in London, Paris, Boston, and LA. But he is not like any of them. His gaze drops to the table, his cup, her empty hands. You didn't get anything. She waves it away. I'm not really thirsty, she lies. It feels weird. Why? She shrugs. Roby reading. Yo, Faded, what's up? Why? She shrugs. Said I'd buy you a coffee. Besides, she hesitates. I lost my wallet. I didn't have enough for 2. Henry frowns. Is that why you stole the book? I didn't steal it. I wanted to trade, and I said sorry. Did you? But the coffee. Speaking of, he says, standing. How do you take it? What? The coffee. I can't sit here and drink alone. It makes me feel like an asshole. She smiles. Hot chocolate. Dark. Those brows quirk up again. He walks away to order, says something that makes the barista laugh and lean forward, like a flower to the sun. He returns with a second cup and a croissant, and sets them both in front of her before taking his seat. And now, they are uneven again. Balance tipped, restored, and tipped again. And it is the kind of game she's played 100 times, a sparring match made of small gestures to strangers smiling across the table. But this is not her stranger, and he is not smiling. So, says Henry, what was all that today with the book? Honestly, Addie wraps her hands around the coffee cup. I didn't think you'd remember. The question rattles like loose change in her chest, like pebbles in a porcelain bowl. It shakes inside her, threatening to spill out. How did you remember? How? The last word doesn't get that many customers, Henry says. And even fewer try to leave without paying. I guess you made an impression. An impression? An impression is like a mark. Addie runs her fingers through the foam of her hot chocolate, watches the milk smooth again in her wake. Henry doesn't notice, but he noticed her, He remembered. What is happening? So, he says, but the sentence goes nowhere. So, she echoes, because she cannot say what she wants. Tell me about yourself. Who are you? Why are you? What is happening? Henry bites his lip and says, not much to tell. Did you always want to work in a bookshop? Henry's face turned wistful. I'm not sure it's the job that people dream of, but I like it. He's lifting the latte to his mouth when someone shuffles past, knocking against his chair. Henry rights the cup in his hand, but the man begins to apologize and doesn't stop. Hey, I'm so sorry. His face twists with guilt. It's fine. Did I make you spill? Asked the man with genuine concern. Nope, says Henry. You're good. If he registers the man's intensity, he gives no sign. His focus stays firmly on Addie, as if he can will the man away. That was weird, she says, when he's finally gone. Henry only shrugs. Accidents happen. This isn't what she meant. But the thoughts are passing trains, and she can't afford to be derailed. So, she says, the bookshop, is it yours? Henry shakes his head. No. I mean, it might as well be. I'm the only employee, but it belongs to a woman named Meredith, who spends most of her time on cruises. I just work there. What about you? What do you do when you're not stealing books? Addie weighs the question. The many possible answers, all of them lies, and settles for something closer to the truth. I'm a talent scout, she says. Music mostly, but also art. Henry's face hardened. You should meet my sister. Oh? Asked Addie, wishing she'd lied. Is she an artist? Besides like half a tub of ice cream, Pringles, and a donut. Oh my fucking god, Faded. I think she'd say she fosters art, that it's a type of artist maybe. She likes to, he makes a flourish, nurture the raw potential, shape the narrative of the creative future. Making love to the Addie thinks she would like to meet his sister, but she doesn't say it. Do you have siblings? He asks. She shakes her head, tearing a corner off her croissant because he hasn't touched it, and her stomach's growling. Lucky, he says. Lonely, she counters. Well, you're welcome to mine. There's... oh, goddammit. Oh. Well, you're welcome to mine. There's David, who's a doctor, a scholar, and a pretentious asshole. And Muriel, who's, well, Muriel. He looks at her, and there it is again. That strange intensity. And maybe it's just that so few people make eye contact in the city. But she can't shake the feeling he's looking for something in her face. What is it? She asks, and he starts to say one thing but changes course. Your freckles look like stars. Addie smiled. I've heard. My own little constellation. It's the first thing everyone sees. Henry shifts in his seat. What do you see, he says, when you look at me? Nah, there was nothing about nipples here. I think the line you could have misheard for some reason is, your freckles look like stars. Henry shifts in his seat. What do you see, he says, when you look at me? His voice is light enough, but there's something in the question. A weight, like a stone buried in a snowball. He's been waiting to ask. The answer matters. I see a boy with dark hair and kind eyes and an open face. He frowns a little. Is that all? Of course not, she says. But I don't know you yet. Yet, he echoes. And there's something like a smile in his voice. She purses her lips, considers him again. For a moment, they are the only silent spot in the bustling cafe. Live long enough and you learn how to read a person, to ease them open like a book, some passages underlined and others hidden between the lines. Addie scans his face, the light furrow where his brows go in and up, the set of his lips, the way he rubs one palm as if working out an ache, even as he leans forward and in, his attention wholly on her. I see someone who cares, she says slowly. Perhaps too much, who feels too much. I see someone lost and hungry. The kind of person who feels like they're wasting away in a world full of food because they can't decide what they want. Oh my god. That's such a good description. Henry stares at her, all the humor gone out of his face, and she knows she's gotten too close to the truth. Hey, Wolf, how you doing? Addie laughs nervously, and a sound rushes back in around them. Sorry, she says, shaking her head. Too deep? I probably should have just said, you were good looking. Henry's mouth quirks, but the smile doesn't reach his eyes. At least you think I'm good looking. What about me? She asks, trying to break the sudden tension. But for the first time, Henry won't look her in the eyes. I've never been good at reading people. He nudges the cup away and stands, and Addie thinks she's ruined it. He's leaving. But then he looks down at her and says, I'm hungry. Are you hungry? And the air rushes back into her lungs. Always, she says. And this time, when he holds out his hand, she knows he's inviting her to take it. Oh, got my throat. Oh, there we go. Yeah, they're going to eat together. Let's go. How much? We've been reading for like 4 hours now. Almost 5. Holy shit. Thank you for the hydrate. Damn. This book is just too good to let down. It's such a good read. It's so fun. I might do like 1 or 2 more little parts here, depending on how long they are. And then we're probably gonna stop reading for today, but we're gonna do some gaming, some nice chill gaming for a bit. Okay. So we're now jumping back again to Paris, France, July 29th, 1719. We're no longer in New York 2014. Addie had discovered chocolate, harder to come by than salt, or champagne, or silver, and yet... Wait, what? The Marchioness keeps an entire tin of the dark, sweet flakes beside her bed. Addie wonders, as she holds a melting sliver on her tongue, if the woman counts the pieces every night, or if she only notices when her fingers skim the empty bottom of the tin. She's not home to ask. If she were, Addie wouldn't be sprawled atop her down duvet. But Addie and the lady of the house have never met. Girl will do anything for chocolate. I mean, nobody remembers her, and she cannot have an impact on the world or any impression. At least at this time. There's now, in the present, there's one person that remembers. But Addie and the lady of the house never met. Hopefully they never will. The Marquis and his wife keep quite a social calendar, after all. And over the last few years, their city house has become one of her favorite haunts. Haunt. It is the right word for someone living like a ghost. Twice a week, they have friends to dinner in their city house, and every fortnight they host a grander party there. And once a month, which happens to be tonight, they take a carriage across Paris to play cards with other noble families, and do not return until the early morning. By now, the servants have retreated to their own quarters, no doubt to drink and savor their small measure of freedom. They will take shifts, so that any given time a single sentinel stands watch at the base of the stairs. Chocolate is yummy. It's great. Yeah, I love chocolate. Hey foxes, how's it going? But the rest enjoy their peace. Perhaps they play cards too, or perhaps they simply relish the quiet of an empty house. Addie rests another bit of chocolate on her tongue and sinks back onto the Marchioness's bed, into the cloud of airy down. There are more cushions here than in all of Vion. Foxes, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. She is certain, and each is twice as full as of feathers. Apparently nobles are made of glass, designed to break if laid upon too rough a surface. Addie spreads her arms like a child making angels in the snow and sighs with pleasure. She spent an hour or so combing over and through the Marchioness's many dresses. But she doesn't have enough hands to climb into any of them, so she has wrapped herself in a blue silk dressing gown, finer than anything she's ever owned. Her own dress, a rust-colored thing with a cream lace trim, lies abandoned on the chaise. When she looks at it, she remembers the wedding gown, cast off in the grass along the Sarthe. The pale white linen she'd like a skin, shed like a skin beside her. The memory clings like spider silk. Addie pulls the dressing gown close, inhales the scent of roses on them. On the hem, closes her eyes, and imagines this is her bed, her life. And for a few minutes, it is pleasant enough. But the room is too warm, too still, and she's afraid if she lingers in the bed, it might swallow her, Or worse, she might fall asleep and find herself shaken awake by the lady of the house, and with the pain that would be since the bedroom is on the second floor. It takes a full minute to climb out of the bed, hands and knees sinking into the down as she scrambles toward the edge. The screamer scares us. Why? What am I doing? What scares you, huh? Tumbles gracelessly onto the rug. She steadies herself against the wooden post, delicate branches carved into the oak. Thinks of trees as she surveys the room, deciding how to occupy herself. A glass door leads out onto the balcony. A wooden one leads into the hall. A chest of drawers, a chaise, a dressing table, topped by a polished mirror. Addie sinks onto a cushioned stool before the vanity, her fingers dancing over the bottles of perfume and pots of cream, the soft plume of a powder puff, a bowl of silver hairpins. Of these the last, she takes a handful and begins to twist up locks of hair, fastening the coils back and up around her face, as if she has the faintest idea what she is doing. The current style is reminiscent of a sparrow's nest, a bundle of curls. At least she is not yet expected to wear a wig, one of those monstrous powdered things like towers of meringue that will come into fashion 50 years from now. Rubbed her boobs. Oh my god, Crumble, no. Now I'm even like, what did you wear? How? Oh my god. Another little ad break. Oh god, why am I so caps locked here? There's still 40 seconds of ads. What the fuck? So many ads. But this is what Twitch wants me to do if I don't want to have pre-rolls. This is Twitch's fault. I blame Twitch. Not my fault. Blame Tubbs. Nah, that too, but also Twitch. Alright. My thing says the ads are over. Welcome back, everybody. I blame Twitch for making me have to have to use so many ads so there's no pre-rolls. Okay. Her nest of curls is set, but needs a final touch. Addie lifts a pearl comb in the shape of a feather and slides the teeth into the locks behind her ear. Strange, the way small differences add up. Perched there on the pillowed seat, surrounded by luxury, in her borrowed blue silk robe with her hair pinned up in curls. Addie almost forgot herself, could almost be someone else. A young mistress, the lady of the house, able to move freely with the safeguard of her reputation. Only the freckles on her cheeks stand out, a reminder of who Addie was, is, and will always be. But freckles are easily covered. She takes up the powder puff, the bloom halfway to her cheek, when a faint breeze stirs the air, carrying the scent, not of Paris, but open fields, and low voice says, and the low voice says,
I would rather see clouds blot out the stars.
Addie's gaze cuts to the mirror and the reflection of the moon room behind her. The balcony doors are still shut fast, but the chamber is no longer empty. The shadow leans against the wall with all the ease of someone who has been there for a while. She is not surprised to see him. He has come year after year, but she is unsettled. She will always be unsettled.
Adeline,
says the darkness, and though he is across the room, the words brush like leaves against her skin. She turns in her seat, free hand rising to the open collar of her robe. Go away! He clicks his tongue.
a year apart. That is all you have to say.
No.
What then?
I mean, no, she says. This is my answer to your question. The only reason you're here. You've come to ask if I will yield, and the answer is no. His smile ripples, shifts. Gone is the gentleman, again the wolf.
My, Adeline, you've grown some teeth.
I'm not yours, she says. A flash of warning white, and then the wolf retreats, pretends to be a man again as he steps into the light. And yet, the shadows cling to him, smudging edges into the dark.
I grant you immortality, and you spend your evenings eating bonbons in other people's beds. I imagined more for you than this.
And yet you condemn me to less. Come to gloat. He runs a hand along the wooden post, tracing the branches.
Such venom on our anniversary, and here I came only to offer you dinner.
I see no food, and I do not want your company. He moves like smoke, one moment across the room, the next beside her.
I would not be so quick to scorn,
he says, one long finger grazing the pearl comb in her hair.
It is the only company you will ever have.
Before she can pull away, the air is empty. He is across the room again, hand resting on the tassel beside the door. Stop, she says, lunging to her feet, but it's too late. He pulls, and a moment later the bell rings, splitting the silence of the house. Damn you, she hisses as footsteps sound on the stairs. Addie is already turning to take up her dress, to snag what little she can before she flees, but the darkness catches her arms. He forces her to stay there at his side like some misbehaving child as a lady's maid opens the door. She should startle at the sight of them, two strangers in her master's home. But there's no shock in the woman's face, no surprise, anger, or fear. There's nothing at all. Only a kind of vacancy, a calm unique to the dreaming and the dazed. The maid stands, head bowed and hands laced, waiting for instruction. And Addie realizes with dawning horror and relief that the woman is bewitched.
We will dine in the salon tonight,
says the darkness, as if the house were his. There's a new timbre to his voice, a film like gossamer drawn over stone. It ripples in the air, wraps itself around the maid, and Addie can feel it sliding along her own skin even as it fails to hold. "Yes, sir," says the maid with a small bow. She turns to lead them down the stairs, and the darkness looks to Addie and smiles. "Come," he says, eyes gone emerald with arrogant glee. "I heard the Marquis chef is one of the best in Paris." He offers her his arm, but she does not take it. "You don't really expect me to dine with you?" He lifts his chin. "You would waste such a meal simply because I'm at the table? I think your stomach is louder than your pride. But suit yourself, my dear. Stay here in your borrowed room and glut yourself on stolen sweets. I'll eat without you." With that, he strides away, and she is torn between the urge to slam the door behind him and the knowledge that her night is ruined, whether she eats with him or not. That even if she stays here in this room, her mind will follow him down the stairs to dinner. And so she goes. 7 years from now, Addie will see a puppet show being put on in a Paris square. A curtained card with a man behind, hands raised to hold aloft his little wooden figures, their limbs dancing up and down with twine. She will think of this night, this dinner. The servants of the house move around them as if on strings, smooth and silent, every gesture done with the same sleepy ease. Chairs pulled back, linen smooth, bottles of champagne uncorked and poured into waiting crystal flutes. But the food comes out too quickly, the first course arriving as the glasses are filled. Whatever hold the darkness has on the servants of this house, it began before his entrance in her stolen room. It began before he rang the bell and called the maid and summoned her to dinner. He would seem so out of place in a filigreed room. He is, after all, a wild thing, a god of forest nights, a demon bounded by the dark, and yet he sits with the poise and grace of a nobleman enjoying his dinner. Addie fingers the silver cutlery, the gilt trim of the plates. Am I supposed to be impressed? The darkness looks at her across the table. Are you not? He asks, as the servants bow and draw back against the walls. The truth is, she's scared, unsettled by the display. She knows his power. At least she thought she did. But it's one thing to make a deal, and another to be the witness of such control. What could he make them do? How far could he make them go? Is it as easy for him as pulling strings? The first course is placed before her. A cream soup, the pale orange of dawn. It smells wonderful, and the champagne sparkles in its glass, but she does not let herself reach for either. The darkness reads the caution in her face. Come, Madeline, he says. I'm no faithing. Here to trap you with food and drink. And yet everything seems to have a price. I'm off to watch some anime. Alright, Faded. Enjoy your anime. He exhales, eyes flashing a paler shade of green. Suit yourself, he says, taking up his glass and drinking deeply. After a long moment, Addie gives in and lifts the crystal to her lips, taking her first sip of champagne. It is unlike anything she's ever tasted. 1,000 fragile bubbles race across her tongue, sweet and sharp, and she would melt with pleasure if it were any other table, any other man, any other night. Instead of savoring each sip, she immediately empties her glass, and by the time she sets it on the table, her head is fizzing slightly, and the servant is already at her elbow, pouring her a second drink. The darkness sips his own and watches, saying nothing as she eats. The silence in the room grows heavy, but she does not break it. Instead, she focuses first on the soup, and then on fish, and then on a round of pastry-crusted beef. It is more than she has eaten in months, in years, and she feels full in a way that goes beyond her stomach. And as she slows, she studies the man who's not a man across the table, the way their shadows bend in the room at his back. This is the longest they have ever spent together. Before, there were only those mere moments in the woods, the minutes in a shoddy room, half an hour along the Seine. But now, for the first time, he does not loom behind her like a shadow, does not linger like a phantom at the edges of her sight. Now, he sits across from her on full display, and though she knows the static details of his face, having drawn them 100 times, still she cannot help but study him in motion. And he lets her. There's no shyness in his manner. He seems, if anything, to relish her attention. As his knife slices across the plate, as he lifts a bite of meat to his lips, his black brows lift, his mouth tugs at the corner. Less a man than a collection of features drawn by a careful hand. In time, that will change. He will inflate, expand to fill the gaps between the lines of her drawing, wrest the image from her grip until she cannot fathom that it was hers, that was ever hers. But for now, the only aspect that is his, entirely his, are those eyes. She imagined them 100 times. And yes, they were always green, but in her dreams, they were a single shade, the steady green of summer leaves. His are different, startling, inconsistent, the slightest change in humor and temper reflected there and only there. It will take Addie years to learn the language of those eyes, to know that amusement renders them a shade of summer ivy, while annoyance lightens them to sour apple, and pleasure darkens them to the almost black of the woods at night, only the edges still discernible as green. Tonight, they are the slippery color of weeds caught in the current of a stream. By the end of dinner, there will be another shade entirely. There's something languid in his posture. He sits there, one elbow on the tablecloth, his attention drifting, head tipped ever so slightly, as if listening to a far-off sound, while his elegant fingers trace the line of his chin as if amused by his own form. And before she knows it, she has broken the silence again. "What is your name?" His eyes slide from a corner of the room back to her.
Why must I have one?
"All things have names," she says. "Names have purpose. Names have power." She tips her glass this way. "You know that, or else you wouldn't have stolen mine." A smile tugs at the corner of his mouth, wolfish, amused.
If it is true,
He says,
that names have power, then why would I hand you mine?
"Because I must call you something, to your face, and in my head. Right now, I only have curses." The darkness does not seem to care.
Call me whatever you like. It makes no difference. What did you call the stranger in your journals? The man after whom you fashioned me?
You fashioned yourself to mock me, and I would rather you take any other form.
You see violence in every gesture.
he muses, running his thumb over his glass.
I fashioned myself to suit you, to put you at ease.
Anger rises in her chest. You have ruined the one thing I still had.
How sad that you only had dreams.
She resists the urge to fling the crystal at him, knowing it will do no good. Instead, she looks to the servant by the wall, holds out the glass for him to fill it. But the servant doesn't move. None of them do. They are bound to his will, not hers. And so she rises and takes the bottle up herself.
What was his name? Your stranger.
She returns to her seat, refills her glass, focuses on the 1,000 shining bubbles that rise in the center. He had no name, she says. But it is a lie, of course. And the darkness looks at her as if he knows it. The truth is, she tried on a dozen names over the years. Michael and John, Nicolas, Henri, Vincent, and none of them had fit. And then one night, there it was, tripping off her tongue. When she was curled up in bed, wrapped in the image of him beside her, long fingers trailing through her hair. The name had passed her lips, simple as breath, natural as air. Luke. In her mind, it stood for Lucien. But now, sitting across from the shadow, this charade, the irony is like a too hot drink, an ember burning in her chest. Luke, as in Lucifer. The words echo through her, carried like a breeze.
Am I the devil or the darkness?
She does not know, will never know, but the name is already ruined. Let him have it. Luke, she murmurs. The shadow smiles, a dazzling, cruel imitation of joy, and lifts his drink as if to toast.
Then Luke it is.
Addie drains her glass again, clinging to the lightheadedness it brings. The effects won't last, of course. She can feel her senses fighting back with every empty glass. But she presses on, determined to beat them, or to best them, at least for a while. I hate you, she says.
Oh, Adeline.
He says, setting down his glass.
Without me, where would you be?
As he speaks, he turns the crystal stem between his fingers, and in its faceted reflection, she sees another life, her own, and not her own. A version where Adeline didn't run into the woods as the sun went down and the wedding party gathered, didn't summon the darkness to set her free. In the glass, she sees herself, her old self, the one she might have been. Roger's children at her side, and a new baby on her hip, and a familiar face gone, swallowed with fatigue. Addie sees herself beside him in the bed, the space cold between their bodies, sees herself bent over the hearth, the way her mother always was. The same frown lines too, fingers aching too much to stitch the tears in clothes. Far too much to hold her old drawing pencils, sees herself wither on the vine of life, and walk the short steps so familiar to every person in Villon, the narrow road from cradle to grave, the little church waiting, still and gray as a tombstone. Addie sees it, and she's grateful he doesn't ask if she could go back. Trade this for that. Because for all the grief and the madness, the loss, the hunger and the pain, she still recoils from the image in the glass. The meal is done, and the servants of the house stand in the shadows waiting for their master's next instruction. And though their heads are bowed and their faces are blank, she cannot help but think of them as hostages. I wish you would send them away.
You are out of wishes,
he says, but Addie meets his eyes and holds them. It is easier, now that he has a name, to think of him as a man, and men can be challenged. And after a moment, the darkness sighs and turns to the nearest servant and tells them to open a bottle for themselves and go. And now they are alone, and the room seems smaller than it was before.
There,
says Luke.
When the Marquis and his wife come home and find their servants drunk, they will suffer for it.
And who will be blamed, I wonder?
And who will be blamed, I wonder? For the missing chocolates in the ladies' room? Or the blue silk robe? Do you think no one suffers when you steal?
Addie bristles, heat rising into her cheeks. You gave me no choice.
I gave you what you asked for, Adeline. Constrained life without restriction.
You cursed me to be forgotten.
You asked for freedom. There is no greater freedom than that. You can move through the world unhindered, untethered, unbound.
Stop pretending you did me a kindness instead of a cruelty.
I did you a deal.
His hands come down hard on the table as he says it, annoyance flashing yellow in his eyes. Brief as lightning.
You came to me. You pleaded. You begged. You chose the words. I chose the terms. There is no going back. But if you have already tired of going forward, you need only say the words.
And there it is again, the hatred, so much easier to hold on to. It was a mistake to curse me. Her tongue is coming loose, and she doesn't know if it's the champagne or simply the duration of his presence, the acclimation that comes with time, like a body adjusting a too hot bath. If you had only given me what I asked for, I would have burned out in time. Would have had my fill of living, and we would, both of us, have won. But now, no matter how tired I am, I will never give you the soul. He smiles.
You are a stubborn thing, but even rocks wear away to nothing.
Addie sits forward. You think yourself a cat playing with its catch, but I am not a mouse, and I will not be a meal.
I do hope not.
He spreads his hands.
It's been so long since I had a challenge.
Freedom. Yeah, the book is really deep, but really good. A game to him. Everything is a game. You underestimate me.
Do I?
One black brow lifts. He sips as he sips his drink.
I suppose we'll see.
Yes, says Adeline, taking up her own. We will. He has given her a gift tonight. Though she doubts he knows it. Time has no face, no form, nothing to fight against. But in his mocking smile, his toying words, the darkness has given her the one thing she truly needs. An enemy. It is here the battle lines are drawn. The first shot may have been fired back in Villon when he stole her life along with her soul, but this is the beginning of the war. Oh shit. And you have to consider right now, we were in year 1719. Now we're jumping back to the present, which is 2014. She has been living for 300 years. She has not given into the darkness yet after 300 years. Oh, this is so good. Getting like her present story, but also her backstory. Oh my god. I am enjoying this book so much. So yeah, now we're jumping back to the present where she is with Henry going for dinner in New York. She follows Henry to a bar that's too crowded, too loud. All the bars in Brooklyn are like that. Too little space for too many bodies. And the merchant is apparently no exception. Even on a Thursday. Addie and Henry are crammed into a narrow patio out back, bundled together under an awning. But she still has to lean in to hear his voice over the noise. Where are you from? She starts. Upstate, Newburgh. You? Villon-sur-Sarthe, she says. The words ache a little in her throat. France? You don't have an accent. I moved around. They are sharing an order of fries and a pair of happy hour beers because, he explains, a bookstore job doesn't pay that well. Addie wishes she could go back in and fetch them some proper drinks, but she's already told him the lie about the wallet. And she doesn't want to pull any more tricks. Not after the Odyssey. Plus, she's afraid. Afraid to let him walk away, afraid to let him out of sight. Whatever this is, a blip, a mistake, a beautiful dream, or a piece of impossible luck, she's afraid to let it go. Let him go. One wrong step and she'll wake up. One wrong step and the thread will snap. The curse will shudder back into place and it will be over. And Henry will be gone and she will be alone again. She forces herself back into the present, enjoying it while it lasts. Cannot last. But right here, right now... Penny for your thoughts, he calls over the crowd. She smiles. Can't wait for summer. It's not a lie. It has been a long, damp spring, and she is tired of being cold. Summer means hot days and nights where the light lingers. Summer means another year alive, another year without. If you could have one thing, cuts in Henry, what would it be? He studies her, squinting at her as if she's a book, not a person. Something to be read. She stares back at him like he's a ghost, a miracle, an impossible thing. This, she thinks. But she lifts her empty glass and says, another beer. Addie can account for every second of her life. But that night, with Henry, the moments seem to bleed together. Time slides by as they bounce from bar to bar, happy hour giving way to dinner and then to late night drinks. And every time they hit the point where the evening splits and one road leads their separate ways and the other carries on ahead, they choose the second road. They stay together, each waiting for the other to say, "It's getting late," or "I should be going," or "See you around." There's some unspoken pact, an unwillingness to sever whatever this is, and she knows why she's afraid to break the thread, but she wonders about Henry. Wonders at the loneliness she sees behind his eyes, wonders at the way the waiters and the bartenders and the other patrons look at him, the warmth he doesn't seem to notice. And then it is almost midnight, and they are eating cheap pizza, walking side by side through the first warm night of spring, as the clouds stretch overhead, low and lit by the moon. She looks up, and so does Henry. And for a moment, only a moment, he looks overwhelmingly, unbearably sad. "I miss the stars," he says. "So do I," she says, and his gaze drops back to her and he smiles. "Who are you?" His eyes have gone glassy, and the way he says "who" almost sounds like "how." Less a question of how she's doing, more a question of how she's here. And she wants to ask him the same thing. She has a good reason, and he's just a little drunk. And simply, perfectly normal. But he can't be normal, because normal people don't remember her. They've reached the subway and Henry stops. "This is me." His hand slips free from hers. And there it is, that old familiar fear of endings, of something giving way to nothing, of moments unwritten and memories erased. She doesn't want that night to end, doesn't want the spell to break, doesn't... "I want to see you again," says Henry. The hope fills her chest until it hurts. She's heard those words 100 times, but for the first time they feel real, possible. "I want to see you again too." Henry smiles, the kind of smile that takes over an entire face. He pulls out his cell, and Addie's heart sinks. Tells him that her phone is broken, when the truth is, she's never needed one before. Even if she had someone to call, she couldn't call them. Her fingers would slip uselessly over the screen. She has no email either. No way to send a message of any kind, thanks to the whole "thou shalt not write" part of her curse. "I didn't know you could exist these days without one." "Old-fashioned," she says. He offers to come by her place the next day. Where does she live? And it feels as if the universe is mocking her now. "I'm staying at a friend's while they're out of town," she says. "Why don't I meet you at the store?" Henry nods. "The store then," he says, backing away. "Saturday?" "Saturday. Don't go disappearing." Addie laughs, a small, brittle thing, and then he's walking away. He's got a foot down the first step, and a panic grips her. "Wait," she says, calling him back. "I need to tell you something." "Oh God," Henry grows. "You're with someone." The ring burns in her pocket. "No. You're in the CIA and you leave for a top secret mission tomorrow?" Addie laughs. "No." My real name isn't Eve." He pulls back, confused. "Okay." She doesn't know if she can say it, if the curse will let her, but she has to try. "I didn't tell you my real name because, well, it's complicated, but I like you and I want you to know, to hear it from me." Henry straightens, sobering. "Well then, what is it?" "It's The sound lodges just for a second, the stiffness of a muscle, long since fallen to disuse. a rusty cog, and then it scrapes free. Addie. She swallows hard. My name's Addie. It hangs in the air between them. And then Henry smiles. Well, okay, he says. Good night, Addie. This is the first time she is able to say her own name ever since that curse 300 years ago. Anything that she does, in any form, saying her name, writing anything down, will be erased or cannot be told. So the fact that first he remembers, second she can actually tell him her actual name. You gonna forget her? I hope not. This is so good. As simple as that. 2 syllables falling from a tongue. And it's the best sound she's ever heard. She wants to throw her arms around him, wants to hear it again and again. The impossible word filling her like air, making her feel solid, real. Good night, Henry, Addie says, willing him to turn and go, because she doesn't think that she can bring herself to turn away from him. She stands there, rooted to the spot at the top of the subway steps, until he's out of sight, holds her breath, and waits to feel the thread snap, the world shudder back into shape, waits for the fear and the loss and the knowledge that was just a little fluke, a cosmic error, a mistake, that it is over now, that it will never happen again. But she doesn't feel any of those things. All she feels is joy and hope. Her boot heels tap out a rhythm on the street, and even after all these years, she half expects a second pair of shoes to fall in step beside her own. To hear the rolling fog of his voice, soft and sweet and mocking. But there's no shadow at her side, not tonight. The evening is quiet, and she is alone. But for once, it is not the same as being lonely. Oh my god. Oh my god. I have a little ad break, so I'm just gonna take a break here, but oh my fucking god! God, I wanna just never stop reading. This book is too good. Okay. Ooh, nice. I love that line though. Okay, we're back from the ads. Hello everybody, welcome back. God, I love this line. The evening is quiet and she is alone. But for once it is not the same as being lonely. Good night, Addie, Henry said. And Addie cannot help but wonder if he has somehow broken the spell. The ads were up. Yeah, I'm trying to do that more often now, if I can see the ads happening. I have like the little notification at the top for the ad break stuff going on. and I don't want people to miss anything. One second. Okay. Addie cannot help but wonder if he has somehow broken the spell. She smiles and whispers to herself, "Good night, But the curse closes around her throat, the name lodging there, as it always has. And yet, good night, Addie. 300 years she's tested the confines of her deal, found the places where it gives, the subtle bend and flex around the bars, but never found a way. And yet, somehow, impossibly, Henry has found a way in. Somehow he remembers her. How? How? The question thuds with the thrum of her heart. But in this moment, Addie does not care. In this moment, she is holding to the sound of her name, her real name, on someone else's tongue. And it is enough. It is enough. It is enough. Oh my god. I think, though, this is a good place to end the book for today. Because we're jumping back in time again to 1720 France afterwards, and that could be for next week's for next Sunday. But oh my god. I love this book. I love this book. I'm so glad I picked that out. I am so happy I actually picked that out. I love this author. They're amazing. This is the 4th book. Where do I get this book? I bought it like physically in a store in my town. You could probably just find it online on Amazon. It's just called The Invisible Life of Addie Larue. Could probably find it on Amazon or in any like online store. Most descriptive writing ever. So we read a trilogy of the same author, which is called the Shades of Magic trilogy. And I loved it. We read all 3 books on stream, and it was amazing. And I don't have many English books because I'm German. Most of my books that I actually own, that I like have laying around when I read something, are German. So I was like, oh shit, I'm out of English books to read for stream. So I went to the bookstore in town, and I just saw like the name V.E. Schwab, and I was like, okay, no matter what, I read the back about like, so begins the invisible life of Addie Larue. Shadows muse to artists throughout history, forgotten friend, confidant, and lover, slipping away with the morning light. Addie passes through lives desperate only to leave a trace of herself, until the day she walks into a small bookshop in Manhattan and meets Henry, who remembers her. After 300 years of Addie's life, Addie's life is restarting, but the devil never plays fair. As Henry and Addie's lives start to intertwine, they must face the consequences of the decisions they've made and the prices to be paid. I was immediately like, I'm gonna buy this, no matter what, because I would read this by myself anyway. But I love the other 3 works of this author, so I was like, I'm gonna pick this up, and I do not regret. This book is amazing. Alright, but not that good. Damn. I'd buy. I immediately was like, I don't care how much it is. It was like $12.99. But I was immediately like, I'd buy. I like the author. I'd buy. Oh. It's really nice. I'm digging it. I'm glad people enjoy it, because I am absolutely enthralled by it. You can You can catch up with it if you want. I have the first part, which we started last week, actually. The first part of it is a highlight on my channel, on my Twitch channel here. It will always be available, no matter how much time will pass. So these book parts will be always... These book reads will always be available. The trilogy we read before from them is also available to read, to listen to. I will always make them available just so people always have the chance to listen to it whenever they want to. Because I feel like it'd be a way. Like, I'm not uploading on YouTube really, but I feel like it would be a waste to not have these book streams like preserved for people to continue on listening when they want. Have it as like background noise if they do like some work or something like that. Episodes on Spotify. I can't locally record right now here, so it's fine. They'll always be available here on Twitch. Like, they will not go away unless I get like banned or something, or I delete my channel. Add it to my Amazon wishlist. Let's go. It's a great book. God. The Temu card. Damn. Let's go, guys. Alright. I'll be back in a second. I gotta grab a few things real quick because we're gonna be switching to playing like some games. I'm probably gonna be doing a little bit of Muse Dash, just breaking my fingers on rhythm games because why the fuck not? So I'll be back in a few minutes with everything I need.